Okay. Hi. Alexa, play music by John Birmingham. Hi.
Here's some music by John Birmingham on Amazon Music.
Hi. What the heck is that? Come on. That's the weirdest thing that's ever happened with Alexa. Alexa. Oh shit. Alexa, turn the volume all the way up. Hi. Yo. We're gonna work out. Okay. Just start by walking or doing some kind of movement to warm up without stretching. Don't stretch before a workout. Don't stretch before a workout. Don't stretch before a workout. It relaxes the muscle and you can get injured if you stretch before a workout. You gotta be careful unless it's like the sprinting type of fast stretches that's also doing the movement. That's before a workout. But when you calm down, that's like this. Before you run, before you sprint, you can do this. You can do this to stretch your legs before you really sprint, but it has to also be like this. It's not a slow, steady stretch. Hey, Alexa, turn the volume all the way up. There's a God everywhere. God is everywhere. Yo. Alexa, next song. That was a jam session, not the good live version. Alexa. Soon you'll have fans right behind your Alexa. Next song. Yo. So. Alexa. Next song. This is at Times Square. This is at Times Square, this song. Alexa, next song. So we're just doing a workout because I don't want to think about stuff too much. This song that I did a couple of years ago or so. Jesus and God, the Holy Spirit, you are near it, you are near it, whoa. Jesus and God, the Holy Spirit, you are near it, you are near it, whoa. What's up? Let's just do a workout. Let's just do a workout. Just get some dumbbells that you feel comfortable with. That you can do like 40 curls with, and curl like this. Alexa, play the next song. So, get some dumbbells that you're comfortable with. Praise God, praise Jesus. Hi.
It's healthy to do when made the food. You got to prove.
Hi. Yeah. I feel like my legs are skinny. I feel like my legs are skinny. No, praise God, praise Jesus. I'll do something for legs. I don't know if that looks like anything good enough. This Corey texting me. Oh well.
Good.
Number 2, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Get the fuck away from me if you wanna kill me. Maybe you'll make 3 and 3 with yourself and multiply yourself in hell in the heavens for all you know or understand. You don't know about this land, yes you do, that's what you know. The earth is true, of course that's you. You wanna kill me with your disease, fuck you. Fuck you! Fuck you, don't kill me, motherfucker, I'll take your head carefully. In imaginary worlds you see, that's you, all you ever knew. All you ever knew was this earth. You think your soul has a net worth, fuck you. Get away from my family, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. You can't kill me with your negativity and meanness that you made about yourself. I don't know what it is. It's not an elf on the shelf, it's shiz. It's meanness and jizz. It's not you. It's true that it's not you. It's the sin of the earth that I was fighting against and not talking to the demons and shit. I don't care if they fucking die. Damn demons, fuck you.
I said rejecting all of us!
Don't do that. He's a real Christian. He's actually a real Christian.
Oh shit. Bro.
What?
Yo.
Yeah. Water. Drink water.
I was a warrior. I'm gonna sing this. Alexa, turn the volume all the way up. I was a warrior, I was an ancient beast. I was a mariner across the ancient sea. Do you see me? Are you watching this? I lived off of seaweed, I breathed the ancient mist, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was a warrior. I was a mariner across the ancient sea. Do you see me? Are you watching me? The Gulf of Sea, I breathe the ancient mist. Can't kill me, fucking demons and shit. Fucking shit in hell. They can't kill us. Fuck. Fuck.
I've never seen anything like that before in my entire life, dude.
demons and shit in hell. Take this little Trump middle finger, it's real small, and do and say, fuck you, demons and shit.
Don't do that to the demons and shit. Look how strong this looks.
Wait, I'm sorry.
How strong that looks.
Wait.
Everyone says it's barbecue. Shittiest little town on earth.
Yep. Give me this fucking thing. That was awesome. You can do this shit.
Sitting in my room. Thinking of you.
That was a pretty cool
Nothing else
workout.
to do. Waiting to hold you in my arms. So far away, hoping I could see you today.
That's how I feel.
Sitting in my room.
Two hands,
Whoa.
I still want this damn yellow chicken soup. This parachute pants, sissy. Big panels, huh? I'd rather have a flawed coat.
I gotta see you. Leave that thing in there. Who in the hell?
Like, oh my god. It's ripping pantyhose.
The Ritter pantyhose.
Duh, it's a band, dummy. Like, don't you watch TV? They're like the featured band at Schloss House tonight. And I can't believe they're like all here. There's Big Red Axel, and Macho Underoos, and Skinny Thunder. We should be totally on her. I love your hat.
Yeah. You can juice on that later.
Big Red Axel, I'm the biggest fan.
Well, if you're such a big fan, why don't you give our nice blow tonight?
Sure thing.
So, what do we do to get a table around here?
That's where I come in, sir.
This way. You want me to just follow you?
Okay, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Chester, and I'm checking on you periodically to see if everything's okay. Anything at all, you just call me.
Sure. Get a job, douche. Okay, dude.
Okay, who's gonna be the first to get on the mic?
Why you going there?
I've got Chester eating out of my hand. Just watch this.
Chester, hey, do you think that we could get up there and play a song with the musicians? You think we could really get up and play a song?
Well, I would be no less than honored if you would do that, sir. Douche.
Okay.
Why don't you hand it over, Mr. Clean? Bruce Willis's gay brother.
Well, just the other night, I got to find some dirty in the ball. I started to slow. When I was running in at the toilet, somebody came in and got my sport. I knew that far out hard like you ain't never seen. When that fart was like some dude's hair, everyone could see. Along that here, smile, have both teeth. Well, everyone is clear that that dude was a bunch of squares. They were tooting and hollering, blowing their beer. When the intervener asked me and him, they treated us like we was king. So I ran out that front door to my new friend. Very next night, it got cleaned up. I even used my own toothbrush. Put on my hat, comb my beard. I headed on out, my friend was weird. Oh, we were looking at I brought my billy club. Gave him my ass knuckles and I gave him a hug. When we walked into that noisy, honky tonk bar, got wild shit. He was ready to spar. I threw a couple of my he pulled the juice box, I poured it out. What dude? I said, I'm not your socks off. Best friend.
Alexa, start the song again. I'm gonna sing this. This is to my different friend than Corey. This is to my different friend than Corey, who has light colored hair naturally, but I'm gonna pretend he's wearing a slash wig. He's wearing like a dark hair wig, long hair. And I'm acting like Axl Rose with light hair, even though I have dark hair naturally. Slash! Give me one of these, as I beg you please, oh slash! As I wallow in pain, will I see you again? You're my best friend. You're my best friend. Oh. Headed downstairs, but before I set foot, I started to tremble. I shook and I shook. There must have been something in the drugs that I took, cause it made me wobble. And I fell down the stairs, yeah. I started to topple down the fucking stairs. Well, I'm on my knees and I'm begging, please, don't slash. As I wallow in pain, will I see you again? You're my best friend. You're my best friend. Everybody needs some time on their own. Everybody needs some time on their own. Slash. This is Slash right now doing his guitar solo on some cool guitar that he has wherever he is. Playing a guitar solo somewhere, whatever the guitar looks like. Yeah, Slash. Give me wine. Slash. Give me pain. That's the Slash song. I wrote that myself and recorded it. I played all the instruments on that song myself, besides the guitar solo that Corey played. I wrote the song, played it myself, sang it, played the drums, guitar, bass, piano. And it was difficult because I recorded the piano first and had to add the drums to the piano. Alexa, stop that song. No, that's not my song. That's Goodbye Horses by this black woman. And they made it sound like it was the White Dude Killer, but it sounded, I thought it was funny because it was like Jay and Silent Bob or something. Alexa, play Slash by John Birmingham.
I couldn't find Slash by John Birmingham, but here is other music by John Birmingham.
That was cool. I picked up these 45-pound dumbbells, threw it and flipped it in the air and caught it and started punching with 45-pound dumbbells earlier in this video with these 45-pound dumbbells. I threw it in the air, flipped it, and caught it and started punching it in the air. That was awesome. I think that was cool. That was kind of cool, I think. I don't know.
This one's called
It's just some.
Paradise.
I got a bunch of energy. Now I just feel like, I don't know. Yep.
Say your prayers, little one. Metallica is number one, more important than the sun. Yeah, James Hetfield is my name. The asshole mustaches are pain. What's that smell? Bin Laden shat himself in hell.
Yo.
Here comes the part of the story that's the breakdown. Now, little James Hetfield was playing
Alexa,
guitar.
play the next track.
Soon you'll have fangs right behind your lips. Ancient blood of vampires run through your fingertips. You were the earth with me by your side.
Those vampires just ate. Those vampires ate meat, and the humans that they drank their blood, they turned them into vampires too. So they didn't kill anyone, and everyone lived forever. And it's a parable for. Well, I believed in God when they did it, but I didn't understand as much about the Bible. I believed in God. That was when I found God and I got to make that movie.
Come on, sing me something.
And Jesus, of course, I believe in Jesus too. Of course, I believe in Jesus too.
Do it. Alright, sing me something now, or I'll write the version myself.
When the time comes, when we depart, it shall be like sweat for your hearts.
Don't you shit. Oh no.
This guy I know,
Alexa, next song. Well, I'm gonna see how many push-ups I can do. Maybe I could join the army now at my age. I gotta pee.
Why'd you do that, man? You But it's healthy to do when you make the food. You got to do what you got to do. Take it from me, you got to do. Take it from me, you got to do.
This song I wrote for the baby. So even if they wouldn't let me be there for her, they'd play this song for her and show her how to use the bathroom on the potty, how to go pee and poo on the potty. But she still wears a diaper. She still wears a diaper and she's 6 years old, I think. Because they wouldn't let me be there for her and show her love and undivided. They wouldn't let me be there and show her love. So without me there for her, Danica was making videos all the time and being a good parent, but there's only so much she could do, and she just wouldn't let me be there for her. And so she got some problems a little bit, but they're not that bad. As soon as I get all 3 kids, that she won't have any. I can, she won't have any problems compared to how the problems she had, other than her sin, and we all sin, her flaws. She's supposed to be flawed. God wanted her to be flawed because I tried to say that I was perfect and Danica was perfect. And now I think Danica calls her mom. I don't know. She talks to her mom instead of me more often. It's awful. Yeah. Yep. I don't Yep. Do some actual workouts so you can show this. So it has muscle here and muscle on the sides. Way more like. It looks good anyway. I don't do steroids. But you can look like you do steroids if you don't do steroids. I'm gonna do push-ups or something. I wonder if I can do I wonder if I can do push-ups. I wonder if I can put my legs up on here and do like a handstand push-ups just while I'm doing push-ups. Not a real hand. My mom and dad don't like that handstand stuff. Make sure to make a man sound. No. Okay. I don't know. I've never worked out with like somebody yelling at me. I don't like that, but Alexa, next song. Yo. Oh, this again? Yo. Hey. Hey. How's it going? Oh, this is awesome. Check this what I used to do. I used to do this when I went to school at Chapman University near Disneyland. This is awesome. I can do it now because I've worked out enough that I can do it. Check this what I used to do. Fall, catch myself in the push. I know I can do this. Oh shit. I already did push-ups, so I'm almost afraid to do it. I can probably do that. Well, I just did a bunch of push-ups, so Yo. Hi. I got afraid I would die if my friend came here tonight or some shit, so I was like, something's wrong, and I just didn't meet up with him. But he's good. I think for sure he'll make it to heaven. I have a good feeling, but he was like angry or something. Not angry, but like, I was afraid to meet up. I thought there was something wrong about it. But he's gonna make. I have a good feeling in my soul and from God that he'll make it to heaven. He'll make it to heaven. I think. Wait till you hear this. This is gonna be so funny. Check this out. This is gonna be so funny. This is gonna be so funny. Okay, here it is. Eat you shit. Eat you shit. Eat you shit.
Look, dude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alexa, next song.
I'm gonna play a song that I just made up instantly. I'm gonna play it on guitar. I made it up in about 5 seconds or 10 seconds. I'm gonna play it really quick.
Okay.
Okay, here it goes. I don't even have a pick or anything. I'm just gonna play it with my raw hand.
Your raw hand? You have a raw hand?
Here it goes. We're going to the Birmingham Zoo. You're invited, and so are you, and you, and you.
You're not very...
Okay, here it goes. We're going to the Birmingham Zoo. You're invited, yes, you. We're going to the Birmingham Zoo. Yeah. We're going to the Birmingham Zoo. You're invited.
Alexa, turn this song off. Eat you shit. Eat you shit. It did it to me. I was trying to. I hope the neighbor didn't hear it the first time. I think I was talking to him. I thought it just sounded funny, and then I started doing it now. It felt like somebody put shit into my mouth, and I just had to act like shit. And I don't know. Hey.
Look, dude, you're gonna have to listen to the little lady speak, because when she speak, she means business. Look, dude.
That's oh shit. I don't want to be that homeless guy. The homeless guy, the golden whatever his name is. He was homeless. He didn't work hard, and he got on drugs, and then he came back and was like made a living being a voiceover actor. Maybe didn't. I know who those people are like. That's not me. I can look at. I know how much money they make. How they, you know, the gopher head. The gopher head that, like, I can't even do it, but it shows a gopher head with his eyes open really wide, like it's a meme. Like, again, anxiety, like somebody's trying to pretend that's me, or the fat guy goes, oh, and makes a face like some weird ass meme that they made of that guy. I'm not a fucking meme, I'm sorry. I'm not some fucking meme just because I have the Ronald McDonald video. Guess what? I did 3 movies. I did movies that could be worth millions of dollars, maybe 30 million for one of those. They're timeless works of art. This house could be worth $30 million once I leave to Los Angeles. I have a feeling it will be one day. I have a feeling it'll be worth 30 million, but I'm barely getting that much money for it now because I'm not like famous enough yet. And I think if I get famous in Los Angeles, somebody else is going to come back, and I think somebody else is going to come back and buy this house, and I'll never be able to live in it again because it'll be so high priced. Even if I get a little famous and only have a few $1,000,000, you know, I'm famous. I'm more than a little famous now, but I mean, compared to Elvis Presley, if I get a little famous, you know, that might be enough that somebody may bid on this house, somebody may buy it for $30 million, you know, one day that I won't see the money for, but I've worked really hard at my films, and this house, I worked harder at this house than any of my movies, and some of my feature films. This house I worked at for about 7 years full-time work, 7 years full-time work, and it put my body through so much. I was worried about. You know, but my film Rebel Fish, I edited for 9 months, and that put my body through so much. And then I found strength training after that, and got like I was probably one of the best athletes in Southern. I was probably one of the best athletes in the United States as far as how in shape I was. I was in my prime before 28 years old. I was like 26, and your prime for running, a man's prime for running is late 20s, about 28, from what I studied like 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Because there's this guy who's 28, and he lied about his age to get into Harvard, because he had, you know, he was in a man's prime is about sometimes 28. It's like way more athletic than people who are in their teens usually, you know, like Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't get that strong until his 20s. And so the guy was a runner. He ran and was skinny, but he did all this super, like, well, he had these really good running things. So he got into Harvard, and he started going to Harvard as a student, but he was 28 years old and lied and pretended he was like a teenager. And just because of how athletic he was, he got into Harvard. And then they found out and took away his degree. And they interviewed him, and there's a video on it somewhere. It's this guy. He got into Harvard, but he wasn't supposed to, and he made up fake stuff to get into Harvard. And then they kicked him out, and then he got kind of rich. He was successful because, I mean, he got into Harvard somehow at 28 years old, even though he was a liar. So that's no way to get into a school. He was a liar. And but, you know, he still was able to do things like that. So he found a way to make a bunch of money. So it showed him, like, successful years later. I think he was in his 40s or something, or 30s or 40s or 50s, and he was good at making money, but he didn't have his Harvard degree, and of course he probably couldn't run as fast. But when I was 40, I was in my athletic prime. When I was 40, I was in my athletic prime. I was able to work out for like 5 hours a day, and I could jog and run and walk down the mountain and back up, like 2 miles down and 2 miles back up, and go up that hill and back down, and then start working out with the 100-pound dumbbells, doing curls with the 100-pound dumbbells, like 12 or more reps on each leg lunges with 100, and I was in really athletic shape when I was 40, but I didn't have abs. I didn't have abs, so it didn't look like I was like really athletic like when I was younger. When I was younger, I had more definition. And looked more athletic, but I was able to do physically better workouts when I was 40 years old for some reason. But then Al or something went wrong, because my best closest friend was Al, and he's 72 years old, so I became more like him. And at one time I had fat on my back and here that I never had, and I would hurt my legs more often. Other things with my health that were like him, and it was just because I was so close to him. I was kind to him and so close to him, and you know, we did videos together, and I'm not gay. I don't have anything to hide with that. I don't really give a fuck. I don't give a shit, and I don't have sex. So if I say the F word, you know, unless I finally get to, you know, I haven't had sex in 5 years. You know, I haven't gotten to even hug a woman in a bed. I haven't gotten to hug a woman in a bed for 5 years, and for 12 years of the past, a little more than 12 years, I've had to be alone with no woman. 12 years of it. It's been the worst. I don't like being like this single. Well, it's not the very worst, but you know, it could be worse or whatever. But this feels pretty good in this video. But it's just, I'd like to be with a wife, my wife. I don't know if it would kill me. You know, I don't know if that would just totally combust my body and kill me to keep trying to say that I want to be with her. But she might not want to. You know, every time she's told me she hasn't been interested in for every conversation, she hasn't said she's interested now for like 8 years. Not every time I talk to her, but anytime I asked her if she wants to be together again, must have been thousands of times, and she said no. And before, in 2010, I think, or a little before that, 2010, we had been separated, and she was in Texas, and she said she'll never be with me again. She'll never be with me again. She hates me, something like that. And we got back together. We lived together again as a family in 2010, and then we broke up again in like December of that year, or January, I think January of 2011, and that was crazy. She got angry at what I did, so I don't know. How are you? See if people commented. Wow, I got super healthy in some of this video and literally flipped a 45-pound dumbbell in the air and caught it and started punching with 45-pound dumbbells. That was like, can you imagine a human being doing that? I did that with his 45-pound dumbbells. Crazy. Not crazy, but that's cool. I can't believe I was able to just do that. I had never tried to do it, and I just did it out of nowhere. I can't believe I did that. I don't know. He said I'm looking fat. That sucks. How am I looking fat? Yo. Who? D-Name T-Ham. This is the Misfits from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer Misfits. The Misfit Dentist. The Dentist. This is the dentist from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. The dentist. This is the dentist without being a misfit. Because I was afraid of that because I had to listen to it too much and I thought they were going to take me to hell. And I said, praise the Lord Jesus Christ. And then I said, praise the Lord Jesus. No, I don't know. And I said, look at this arm hair on him. She-hand. He just shaved his face. He's one of those people that has that big hair on his body and a shaved face. He got all ready. Yeah, all that dark hair on his body and just shaved his face already. And hey, guys, hair's gone. No. I don't have that much hair on my body. I never had much hair on my back. Like my upper back. I had some hair and I shaved it or waxed it or something. Yo. I'll try to look. I'm afraid to look at the comments. It'll like kill me or something. I gotta use the bathroom. Alexa, play music by John Birmingham. Oh,
Here's some music by John Birmingham.
yeah, boys. Yeah, boys. Wait. Alexa, play the Rednecks movie soundtrack by John Birmingham.
I couldn't find that on
Oh,
Amazon
come
Music.
on. Alexa, play The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Oh, shit. Well, Alexa, stop. I made A Devil Went Down to Virginia song. Alexa, play You're playing yourself, man. I'm playing myself. I'm playing myself. Alexa, play The Devil Went to Virginia by John Birmingham.
I couldn't find The Devil Went to Virginia by John Mayer, but here's other music
No.
by John Mayer.
Alexa, stop. Alexa, play The Devil Went to Virginia by John Birmingham.
I couldn't find The Devil Went to Virginia by John Birmingham, but here is other music by John Birmingham.
Alexa, play the Redneck song by John Birmingham.
Rednecks, theme song from the movie by
I
John
made all
Birmingham
this music.
on Amazon Music.
I made all this music myself, besides Matt Shively played guitar. And I got some people to sing it with me.
Rednecks, honest people in the world. We got tons of freedom, beautiful girls. Rednecks, country football at the time. Fireworks on the 4th of July. Rednecks, nicest people in the world. We got the prettiest dudes, the prettiest girls. Rednecks, we're all the same. We're thugging in the rag and they're thugging in the stuff. Got mighty night. broken egg. Some of us is great and some of us are getting ready. We love this town, little music loud, freeze and the beautiful sound. Rednecks live here in Shit County. It's a beautiful place. We sing praise for family. We got beat up old cars that we think is really cool.
We hear just for fun and make the boys
I like to watch sometimes. Party girls have really good times. But the number one best thing about the U.S. is the rednecks and the sound, 'cause we don't miss.
That was real good, y'all. I like that.
It was party and it was cool. It was party cool. You know what Miami is? Miami.
That was so cool. I like that. That eagle though. That's messed up. That eagle whipped on my head.
Sure. I love y'all.
Maybe the devil tricked me about Danica. I don't know. Maybe the devil tricked them. Yeah. I know the devil tricked me and Danica, and that's what caused us to break up. And he's gonna burn in hell for it for all eternity. Because I asked God to let me know if I'll ever be with Danica again. And I got this. There's a Bible verse that says that the devil who tricked them will burn in the lake of fire for all eternity. Will burn in the lake of fire for all eternity. A teen town tale. Town will tell you. They'll throw a machete through that and miss your finger in your head. I don't know. They will throw. They look skinny. Gets to go to the hospital again. if you make it to Texas, Nanny B would have done this shit to your body and squeezed it and squeezed and made it so you had a suit on, you couldn't breathe, and during COVID-19 at an event. And they were gonna do some things to you if you after what you did. And but Danica was doing twice as bad to me. So, you know, but she never, oh, that doesn't matter. And so if you just made it there, then we'll just put you in a hospital. Oh, shit. Guess what I'll tell them if they put me in a hospital? If they try that one more fucking time, they've put me in a hospital twice. I'll get my kids back in California. I don't give a fuck what they think. When I get the money from this house, I'll get her in California. I'm not going to be pushed around. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I'm not going to a fucking hospital treated like some little fuck. Fuck you. I'm not going to their hospitals. I'm not taking their bull. If I don't feel like taking their medicine, I'm not going to take their medicine. Stand up for myself and not be pushed around or killed by them. They wouldn't be happy till I died of cancer, was put in jail, bleeding out of my assholes. Another thing that would happen when I was driving from California to Texas to see my own kids, bleeding out of my asshole, which has never happened, and thrown in jail was the thought if I made it across Texas to see them. Once I got into Texas, all this traffic happened, and they wanted me the fuck out of there because I had yelled at that whole fucking place from here and wanted the whole place incinerated with everyone in other states. I wanted to destroy the whole fucking place. So it still wasn't ready enough to go there that time. And Texas. And so then I made it there this other time. Well, first driving across country, it felt wrong. They're gonna throw me in jail if I made it there, so I didn't. I went to California, then I drove all the way back from California to Texas. Once I got in there, they wanted me bleeding out of my asshole and thrown in jail. And so I had to turn around, and it felt amazing going through the warm deserts. My body felt really good, and I felt happy. I was going back to California. It felt good the entire drive until I got towards California. I had been driving like 24 hours, and I was able to get to a hotel. So I need more money to get to California from the sale of this house. I think unless I just get a job, somehow have a place to stay, but it's not easy. You know, it's not easy affording California, and I might as well just sell this house and get. But then after that, I went home, recuperated from going to California to look at places to stay, and then I went to Texas and put my house for sale. This was 2022, I think, last year, and I left, and you know, I've never bled out of my asshole. I don't know why they were going to do that to me that time, but it's never happened. It hasn't happened yet. So I don't know how that would happen. I'm pretty healthy now. And then I made it to Texas, and I had spent 13 hours getting my house all ready that morning, 13 hours, and put up the for sale signs and had it all ready to show. Had the lockbox ready with my mom doing the lockbox and left the keys for them to do that. And left town and started the plane flight that was going to be 10 hours after I'd worked in the house 13 hours. So I got to Chicago and I was kind of almost disoriented, but not really. And there's no one there to help me with that. And, you know, I didn't know if I could sleep there because I put all my stuff in my bag, thousands of dollars, my laptop, it was all in my bag to make it in California while my house was for sale. I had like $8,000, I think, or $4,000 or $8,000, something like that. And I didn't know when I got to Chicago, like it was dangerous. I thought somebody could have stolen my stuff out of my bag, so I didn't want to sleep in the airport because they had people from outside. It was like the public in Chicago. I didn't know if it was good or bad, so I had to find a hotel there, and it was so expensive, and it just felt so bad. and I had to recover for 2 or 3 days, and it cost so much money in Chicago because I missed the plane flight, and then I made it to Texas, and I still wasn't like all okay enough feeling because I had quit all the medicine they have me on, and they have all this power in Texas or something that they're good, but they want me on that medicine, and I had quit it because I just don't want to take it anymore. And so I went to Texas, and the way they are, like Danica was being kind of, I don't know. So I had to go to a hospital in Texas when I finally made it there because I had yelled at Texas and wanted to destroy all of, not to hurt any people, but I was like, that fucking place, I had my kids there for 5 years. I want to destroy the whole fucking place, and everyone makes it out safe, of course. And I yelled about it, and so when I showed up in Texas, finally, after they're going to do all this other bad stuff to my body and throw me in jail and shit, when it finally was calmed down enough and I was nicer about it, they put me in a hospital for 3.5 weeks because I wouldn't take their medicine. They said I was disoriented and it was difficult to sleep just getting there. And then everywhere I went out in public in Texas, it felt like they're policing me, and they're cocking shotguns every time a door closed. It felt like this one, and they're really pissed. And once I spent 3.5 weeks in a hospital, not knowing what was going to happen, to me, or how I'd get out. And it was scary because I hadn't slept and I was off the medicine. It was just because I hadn't slept. The medicine doesn't do shit other than when you're addicted to it, it makes it hard to sleep if you quit. It's easy to sleep when you take the medicine. So I just don't, I have a way I can sleep on it if I don't take it now, but I don't tell anyone. I don't tell anyone my private, besides God and Jesus, my private eating habits, because some horrific thing happened when I quit the medicine in 2014. It was really frightening. I could see hell and had to go out there and work in it and I had the wrong idea, and I was like, it was really scary. And so when I made it to Texas, I don't know who I can trust with how I eat, the medicine I take, how much caffeine I have, how much sleep I get. But I started being more truthful again. I started telling everyone the truth about, well, kind of the truth, but I don't tell everything because I don't want them to do something to me again if they don't like how my politics are. If they don't like me being a liberal or for whatever reason, I don't want them to try to mess with me or something. So I don't think they'd mess with me. Messing with is the wrong word. I don't know. So I don't know. But my plan now is to sell the house and go to Texas, not to go to Texas again after I had to go to a hospital for 3.5 weeks, and they take away your cell phone and all your stuff besides like a couple clothes and maybe wear socks in not a mental hospital, but something kind of like that or somewhere like that. And it was frightening. They put me in the back of a police car to bring me there just because I hadn't slept enough, and I was being very kind and good, and they still treated me like someone who had to be in the back of a police car when I was being very kind and good. And then again, when I went to Danica's house after I got out of the hospital, they put me in a police car again and brought me back to the hotel, and that's what the Texas people did. And so how am I going to make it there again? So I'm probably just going to sell my house, get money, a bunch of money, enough to where I can afford California. It's not trying to be cool or get a bunch of money. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's working 12 hours a day. It's like, can your body take that? And it's not something I did to be cool. It's because I had to do God's work, and so I went to so I had to go to Texas, and then so I'm selling my special beautiful house to get my kids back, and I'm going to live in California with them, and that's what my plan is, and I think it's good. I think God is okay with that, and then I'll get to work on movies, and I won't have to do the work on homes anymore. I won't have to do work on homes anymore. And so I had to go to Texas 8 times. Every one of those times was so frightening. Besides when I got to wear a Superman costume all the way there, and that was like kind of fun. And it was on Halloween. I had to do it on Halloween, and that was the only way I could fly. You know, it was the only way I could fly. Like I was making a video film, and I got to wear a costume out in public at places. Of course, I couldn't put a mask on my face, you know, because the rules may or may not say it. Well, theatrical masks are okay, I think, but you have to look at the rules for where you are. And so that was like the way I was able to fly there, because it was not easy having to fly there. When I went to California, that was easy to fly there. that was okay, because but that was wrong. That was wrong. Because one time when I went to California, Danica had been with this man, and I didn't understand she was with a man, but she had shown it on her channel and on Facebook and stuff, and people knew about it, and I didn't know why. But I went to California as a vacation so I wouldn't kill myself, because I was very depressed about them being in Texas. And it was so bad. And so when I flew in the plane, this is not that good, but when I was on the plane, there were all these women. There were these women, and I was pretty young, and there's a girl next to me, a woman next to me who's like 18 or 19 or 20, and she was very young, and I got to sit I got to sit next to her, and then I was like, she was here, and then I was here, and then across the seats, this was just on the plane flight to California one time, and across the seats, this is really weird, there are these 2 girls and someone else, or I think somebody else, but I don't even remember what they looked like, and the 2 girls, and I was sitting on like here, and then there's the aisle in the middle, and then there are 2 girls on that seats that were like 28 or 33, like 33, and they were very attractive too, but they were like older than the girl there, and they look good and they're nice, but one of them was kind of sinful, and she had, I think she had tattoos, like weird, like she was really strange, and a little darker skin, but really physically beautiful, very physically beautiful, and good features, like really attractive features and stuff. And this is the weird thing, and there's like a more innocent girl next to her that looked more normal, and the girl who was very strange, covered in tattoos, but like really weird, she had these like rings on, and like really strange rings and stuff, and you know, it was on the plane flight to Los Angeles. They had some strange people here and there, but she was really attractive, like 33 or 28 or something, and you know, but her fingernails look like a beast. Her fingernails look like a beast's fingernails. She had these huge black fingernails. It was so weird. It looked like a beast, and I was a little afraid of it, but I kept being nice to him, and then she was actually kind of looking sexy and stuff, and the one next to her, they were being nice and sexy a little bit, and then the one next to me was like too young, and I was nice and stuff. It was like, but she wasn't too young sometimes, because she was like also at least 18 years old, and I got to look at her, be like right next to her legs and stuff, and see the details of like, I got to see the details of like her way she looked really close up, and also the ones across the aisle, and they're these women's, but that one I think was good and okay. She just had creepy fingernails, not creepy, but it was like big fingernails that were sharp, and not sharp, thick fingernails that were way bigger than my little fingernails. Like I have these little fingernails that look like they just happen to look okay. And her fingernails were like that wide, and really big, and like black. They're really big and pointy and black, like a beast. But she was physically really beautiful, physically very beautiful person, and a kind, somewhat of, God created her soul, and she may have been, she was a human being too, so I was kind to her too. But for some reason, I think she had something to do with making it lustful a little bit, with looking at this girl and those two women and the women next to me, and it made me feel so happy, like in the old days of the 70s when they had a stewardess who looked good and they talked to men and stuff. And this was only one time. This was only, and this was, and this was. They just sat near me, and they were nice. And this woman here was really nice. The young woman was like very young, 18, and looked, I don't know, or 20. I was like almost afraid to look at her sometimes, and then she was like, okay, and they liked sitting next to me, and I looked really good. This was in 2018. I was like 40 years old, I think. So I don't know if it was my athletic prime, but I looked pretty good still. I was young. I looked still good. I looked okay. And for some reason, that one with the claw fingernails that looked like a beast, her fingernails looked like a beast. Her skin was very beautiful, physically beautiful. I don't know about her soul, but her soul, there was good in her soul too, I think. Yeah, I know, but I think she may have been more mean. I don't know. But somehow I think she was the one doing the lust when I don't know. But that girl that was on the side, they all looked good, but that one was like a little too young, and so I had almost I fantasized about those two when I went home, and it may have crossed my mind about that one after when I got to California. And this is the weird thing, that lady was there with that looked like a beast, and she had these really weird tattoos, and she had like big she didn't have anything wrong with her fingers, but she had big rings, these weird rings like on her fingers and stuff, and but and then they're sitting in their they're sitting in their chairs, and they'd like lean forward and let you see everything that was behind it and stuff, and they'd both do it, and it was like, whoa, hey, man, what is it, or something, and I didn't know what to think about it, but it was and then so that was like it felt like to me, well, it would be so much better with Danica and the kids, way better with Danica and the kids flying almost anywhere, as long as it wasn't like to a war zone or somewhere unsafe or somewhere nowhere dangerous. As long as it was her and the kids, it would be like way better than all of that. So that's how I'd like things to be, with her and the kids. And well, I don't know what's gonna happen, but she'd be angry if she heard that, and Danica would be angry if she heard that, or not like it. So I don't know how I'd fly to Texas. I don't know how I'd fly to Texas. I don't know how I'd fly to Texas. That was not easy. It was almost frightening. One time I made it there ecstatic, and then I felt like when I was on my way, I thought, hey, I'll see the kids, everything will be okay. And I got the feeling everyone on the plane who had seen me in my chair and thinking everything, like in my own little world of thinking things would be okay, and I was fun, excited, going to see the kids and Danica and the kids, and I got the feeling they all started telling me, with thoughts, I got the thought from them, you have no idea, and but like no idea what's gonna happen, what you're just and like I got the feeling someone were telling me to go home, just go home, and I thought, oh, it'll be okay, I'll get to stay at her house, like she let me stay at their house before. And I showed up and knocked on the door. I said, hey, it's Dada, yay! I surprised them by showing up at their house. And then she said, you have to leave, and she wouldn't let them open the door. Ivan opened the door a little bit. He was too little, and she made her close it. She made her close the door, and for some reason, she just got angry. I don't know why, and she called the police, and they had 3 police cars show up there and say, well, she doesn't want you here, and they you're not allowed to be near her house. You have to go somewhere else. And her dad showed up, and I got in the back of the car with her dad, and he drove me to this one of the relatives' apartment or condo, and I had to stay in there with this older man who's single, who was a window washer. He's a kind, good person. He's okay, but it was a very not poor, but like, I felt sorry for him because he was alone, and the only person he had to live with was a dog, and I felt so alone with my wife and kids taken away from me. But I think that man was never married, so it didn't bother him. He had this big condo. They had a condo that her dad owned that they let him stay in or something and pay it. I don't know. And so it was like his condo, and he liked Jimmy Dean. He liked Jimmy Dean sausage biscuits, or these Jimmy Dean microwave meals, and that was what I had to eat there. And he ate less food, and I couldn't really work out, so I got skinnier, and I got to eat like him. So that was pretty good. But I had to eat his food, and he had like oatmeal packets I complained about later. But he's an okay guy. And I made friends with him. But it was like, he didn't want me to wake up. I had to wait until he woke up. He woke up at like 10 or 11 or 12, and I couldn't go anywhere or do anything. And I woke up really early because I woke up at like 5 a.m. or 4 or something, or 5 or 6. I didn't know what to do, and other than he wanted me to stay in my room the whole time and like do nothing or go on the computer, and I felt bad. So when I tried to walk out of the room that I stayed in and go downstairs to eat food, like, he had his door open so he could see when he was asleep. And he had this little dog, and it started barking at me really loud. And then the dog would pee and poo on the ground downstairs and just leave it, and it would sit in the carpet. But it's a brand new looking place. And I told her dad, and her dad made him get rid of his dog. And he said, no, Boxley, or not Boxley, but whatever his name, the dog was, I forgot the dog's name, and that was all he had. That was the only person, not a person, but the only soul he had to be kind to, and he loved his little dog. And but his dog would shit on the carpet, or pee, or use the bathroom. And it would just sit there, and then he'd have to clean it up. And it was gross, and I'd be really hungry, and it smelled really bad, and there'd be a crap there. But it was like this new looking condo that they renovated, and the dog kept using the bathroom on the ground, so they made him get rid of the dog. I hope that man's okay. And that was like all the man had. That was like, I thought that was the only human being, he has God and Jesus. He was all alone in his apartment. He didn't have much money. And he had some money. He pretended he had $80,000. I got $80,000 or something, but he didn't drink. And he was like a person who was in their family. And he's okay. He's good. He was a window washer, and he got like, not traumatized, but he had to do this big political acting stuff to be able to wash the windows, and he got like a little worried by it. So he's on medicine, and he has to like stay at home and take it easy. But he's healthy. He looks young in the face, and he's like 72, but he looks young, and he stays in good shape. He's like smaller, and he doesn't eat as much, and I think he's gonna live to be. I think I have a feeling he's gonna be really healthy. He's somebody's He's a nice human being. He didn't make that much money. He stays in his little condo. It's very simple. There are a few things there. There's like a dresser and a bed in the guest room, and that was it, and a little lamp. And I don't know. And in his room, he had a big bed. When he left one time, I looked in the room, and I had to get soap, and I didn't know how else to do it. And I walked into his bathroom in his room and got soap. But I don't know if he'd be angry or not. But I don't. He wouldn't be. Who cares? And then he had a map, or he had a world globe, like from the old days of the '60s or '70s or '80s, the '60s. And he had a globe. And I think he was traumatized by racism. Like when he had to go out there, he had to act big and political and racist, even though he was just a window washer. And he was so worried about it, and he couldn't work anymore. And he had to see a psychiatrist or psychologist, and he didn't like it anymore. So there's a globe, there was a globe, and he was like a little, still racist a little bit, but not that bad, and not really racist. So I turned the globe to show Africa on it, and then I left it on Africa to let him know that it's okay to be kind to black people and minorities and stuff. And then I think when I went back there, he still had it showing Africa. So I tried to help him do something nice and kind, like to let him know it's okay. No one's gonna make him be racist or mean to minorities or whatever. I don't know. But I was a little racist too one time. It was awful. I can't believe that happened to me. I was not that kind of person, and that happened to me. And then I made up for it somehow. By some miracle, Jesus made it okay again. I don't see why I was like afraid, and I don't know. But I'm gonna go. I think. I'll put on a shirt. I think it's getting cold in here, or I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hi. Hey. Oh no. Don't worry about it. The devil tries to trick people. The devil tries to trick people. But it made me sad. It made me sad that I flew all the way there to see. It made me sad that I flew all the way there to see my kids and her and the kids. And instead of staying at their house, I had to stay at in this simple place that was like when I was poor and young as a student. And it felt so bad to not be with my wife and kids and have to be around this man that I felt like I was supposed to be like him, and I was treated like I was another person like him. And it felt so bad. And then, you know, that was one time when I made it there, but they actually called the police and said, you can't be at her house, you have to go somewhere else. So her dad brought me to that guy's house. And if they call the police on me again, I'll show them the divorce decree and show them how much she went against the law to keep the kids there since 2017. You know, I don't want to hurt them. You know, it's not the kids' fault. They didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve to have anything wrong with them. But we're not going to fight. We're not going to fight anymore. I let her know, don't ever call the cops on me, and I won't call the police on her because we don't break the law. Neither one of us does anything against the law, so it's stupid. Wow, this actually smells pretty good. It smells pretty good. Like that guy's clothes probably all smell like really good. That guy in Texas. But this has paint on it from painting the walls. This is a tan. This is a tan colored paint. I don't know if you can see it, but that's tan from the walls downstairs. There's some kind of shade of tan. That's a tan colored paint. I had most of my clothes that I would wear have paint on them or some kind of thing from working on this house. I think most of them. I don't know. But I have, when I get in really good shape or if I'm in shaping up, I don't know. You know, I can probably wear praise God, praise Jesus. I hope to God who's ever watching is okay. Happen to get in better shape in this video. I don't always look that great. Drink more water, eat food. I probably gotta eat food. Oh, make sure to cover your entire body. I know it triggers, it's like somebody sees it and they think, oh, if it's showing a body, it must be, it's okay. So I'll probably eat some food. It's not that cold in here, it's just I probably need to eat some food. It's this climate, I think. I don't know if I can keep living in it. I don't want to get sick when it's cold out. But maybe if I leave this house, maybe I've just been in this environment too long. I don't know. Because I wouldn't leave. I stayed in this house. I don't know. You know, I didn't know what to do out in Roanoke because God, it wasn't my parent, and it wasn't my mom and dad who did it at all. It was that God, somehow when I filmed things more, I couldn't film. For many years I'd go out in public, I could only go to my parents' house, my mom and dad's house. It was like a prison. Like God, not a real prison, a beautiful place that wasn't a real prison, but God kept me here, away from society for most of it. You know, this is very fun and beautiful and good, but I couldn't go out there, and when it was a sunny, beautiful day, I was in here sweeping or cleaning or painting walls, breathing it in, feeling sick sometimes. You know, I've gotten sick 100 times or 120 times, and I don't want to say where because I don't want to let someone know a weak spot on my body, but I was in here in the dark without vitamin D, cleaning, when everyone was out there in the sun having social lives, doing fun things. I haven't been to a restaurant in 5 years. I haven't been to a restaurant in 5 years. Here's how I see people usually. I might see one person, one human being or I might see human beings besides me once a week. If it's on Friday night, on Saturday night, I'm in here usually every Friday or Saturday night now for almost 8 years. There have been a few times in 8 years when I've gotten to go out on a Friday or Saturday night. You know what that feels like? It feels like shit. But God wanted to let me know, it's not time to party. Even though I only did it a little in 2011 and 2015. I don't understand why it's so bad. I don't see how Gene Simmons made it his life, to have all that sex, but he doesn't drink or anything. And how did he get to do all that? But I guess he was really mean or nice, or I don't know. And who knows? I don't know. That's crazy. I don't want that life. He might end up in hell. God has me where he wants me for a reason. So I'm selling the house so I can finally have a social life in California. I can go out there and film, because when I film, I don't party, I don't do drugs. I've drank 2 or 3 beers, I think, all year. When I couldn't take constantly getting in better shape and working out to finally lose enough weight to look good enough to be a super famous person, because it's not good enough now, the views I'm getting now, so I have to look like a huge A-list actor. Not that there's any stress on me or anything to work at things 14 hours a fucking day since I was 12 years old, not that this face is 45 fucking years old and look how young I have to look. How's a human being able to fucking do that? You gotta figure it out if you want to pay your bills. Something doesn't make you want to fucking kill yourself. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. I don't drink, I don't do drugs, it's useless. It doesn't help my views get high enough to not have to fucking want to kill myself at some shit, sweeping constantly or something 12 hours a fucking day, breathing the fucking shit in, like worried about these motherfuckers trying to give me cancer and kill me or some shit if I even show up in Texas to see my own children. The love all taken away from me, kept there. The people kept my children and my wife there, and since 2017. How did I function with no love at home besides from God and Jesus? I have love from God and Jesus. Do you think that's fun? Do you think, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want it. I don't want this life without her and the kids, or without God helping me to finally be okay. I happen to just look good in this video again. Yeah, I look good enough in this video. You know what's going to happen? Danica's voice in a fucking wall will tell me to fucking take it down because I look good, and because it's wrong that I look good, because I have to make all the older people feel good, because my only peers allowed are older people, to make them feel good about their bodies so they can make me feel sick with hurt knees, hurt old looking fat, shit like that. It felt like shit for 2 years, made me want to kill myself 5,000 times, or 8,000 times in this house. Again and again, it just became the normal, awful feeling of life for many years of it, stuck in here. What everyone else got to enjoy themselves. No one has ever been as depressed as I have been. No one, anyone watching this, has ever been as depressed as I have been and had to continue living. So I don't know how much longer I have to live, because at times it's been kind of due that I should kill myself for how depressed I've gotten. So this video was good. I felt happy, healthy, like everything was okay. Haven't felt that way in a video, I don't know. And still people are saying I look fat when I had my, to comment on my body. But I don't know, I felt like this video looked good enough. It looks better than most people. But I've been more depressed than most anyone, but I couldn't kill myself. For some reason, like, I've gotten better about that. Like if I put a gun to my head, I used to just go, and now it pulls it back. It pulls it back like it's just destroying the gun, and it doesn't hurt my head at all. Like in my thoughts. Like I just did that trying to almost have it blow my head off, but it went around it, and it didn't hurt it. And it pulled the gun back like it was hurt. Like the gun was like a dud, and it messed up the gun. It didn't hurt my head at all. It's been a miracle, and I think it. And so I have to. I can't try to hurt my body because I've worked so hard at my health. So that's good. I've gotten not depressed any. I think I'm not depressed anymore. I'm never going to kill myself because I don't want to end up in a wheelchair with problems from breathing all the charcoal one day. If I happen to, put that in the bathroom and breathe it all in, I probably can't do that. I've rigged that up before in that bathroom before. There's a thing of charcoal outside right now that because it got some rain on it, I wouldn't. And I'm not going to do it anyway. I have gotten charcoal to kill myself from Kroger delivered here 20 times, maybe 20 times, and I stopped doing it. I haven't done it I got less depressed, and I've rigged up my car to breathe carbon monoxide into the car with a tube going from the exhaust into the car in an older car. And I rigged it up, started the engine, and got the heck out of there because I didn't want it to hurt my body and put black stuff into my body if I even lived. It's just, when I started looking at the pictures of what happened, I stopped doing it. And I've driven to gun shops with the intent to buy a gun just from how bad it's been with them in Texas. That's what caused it. And a little depression having to work on this entire home until I made it look a normal, regular home. It's just not the kind of work I want to do. And I don't know how I'll be able to do it again. You don't work at some thing that you really want to do that you're really good at, the filmmaking or writing books or something that's really amazing for 30 years to then have to work 15 or 20 years at this and still be happy. And I wouldn't wish that on anyone because it caused me to die. Well, it didn't cause me to die, but Al died. His body died and he went out of his body. So just being friends with him, it kind of hurt my body more, but it helped my soul. It helped my soul in a tremendous way. It helped me become a better person, but then it was it wasn't helping me. It was hurting my body more, and he was still trying. He's kind and good. I hope the guy's okay, but he's not at the house now, because he's just a friend. And I realize he's like in my top 12 friends. He's not my best friend ever, but at one time he was my best friend. But he's like in my top 12 friends and other family besides her and the kids, and besides my mom and dad. But I'm tired of my mom and dad. But I love them. I hope they're okay. It's just, I got married, and I'm not depressed anymore. I don't know how I lived through it, but I'm planning to go to California and actually be happy about things where I can get a lawyer to have enough money to get a lawyer and get her and the kids in California where I can see my own children finally. And if she wants to be with me, she can. And if not, I don't know what I'll do. But I don't know what I'll do. But if she doesn't want to be with me, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I could die one day and this would be the videos I did. So I don't know. And films and the life that I did, being a good father, especially God's work, all the God's work I was doing the entire time. But I think I might not die. I've been more aware of it the past few days, that it felt like they're trying to give me cancer and kill me so that Danica would get all my money from the home, and they'd save money on helping her with money in Texas. And so I thought they were trying to kill me and give me cancer. And I thought, because I used to hear from them in my thoughts, like I'd get the thought, crazy man. Like they'd say I was like a crazy, like when he'd cough, and he'd pretend, oh, I just coughed. You're crazy if you think I said that. And that was, they were so frightening to me from 2002 or 3 to 2014. I thought he was an Illuminati. This guy, I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to say if it's, who it is, but I thought for sure he's an Illuminati. I was so afraid of him, I didn't know until they did some shit to me. They did some shit to me to hide my soul so far inside and be driven by fear. And this other guy that was like a big Texas oil a CEO of a small company, but he might have been kind and good, and he passed away somehow, because I was worried he passed away somehow, and it wasn't for me, thank God. I never would cause someone to die. I just wouldn't cause somebody to die. And I think they did something to make me be like that. Not like all of them in Texas, but like the Republicans got pissed off in 2014 and tried to do something to make me a Republican, for whatever Republican's called, but I don't even know if there is such a thing as Republican. And I guess I'm okay, because I found ways to continue living and not die as some little artist who killed himself or something like that. So I found a new way. I found a new way. That's why in this video it's so like athletic and strong, and like really I had like better looks, like my face looked better and younger and more healthy, like it wasn't hurting me anymore, because I was like, fuck you, whoever the fuck that is, you're not gonna kill me. And that's the problem, was I didn't forgive them so much that they just killed my body with cancer or whatever the fuck, whoever I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't really know, but if somebody's trying to really hurt you and they continue with that shit, that's a problem I have, because I'm worried about how sinful I'll be to have them not kill me, but I'm not gonna hurt that guy. And but if he's telling me to die of cancer for many days, my thoughts are not in my thoughts, like from an outside place, I got and thought, like with all his heart, he wanted me to die of cancer and not go to Texas. And so I'm not gonna accept that. So I started working out. Fuck you. And if somebody else is doing that shit to me, I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm gonna keep living. And so that's the problem that I have, is that I was kind of like, he taught me how to be mean to continue living. He broke me down near death and had me use meanness and sin to get stronger in nature. And he thought that I would protect Danica and be a good person who made money and was powerful on earth or some shit, with his awful ways that he has. And so when I was finally separated from Danica and the kids, and the stronghold that man has on her and the kids and me that we don't believe, because I know it's wrong now. And so they know, it's not really his fault, but the stronghold he used to have on him. And now I think he's become a more kind human being as he got older. Thank God, it's a miracle, because his father was like that too. And I think he's a more kind person, but I think he wanted me to die and just give the money for this house to Danica and the kids. So I think that's what he was gonna try to do, but I don't know. And so when I was separate from them, finally at this house, away from their influence, their wrong ideas, they kept pushing me. I thought aliens were real. I was like so scared of aliens, and they try to build you up strong to like be meaner, and like there are all these like almost demonic things that they let into their life, like ghosts, aliens. Like they thought bad aliens were real. He believed in he's the one who got us into fortune telling. He thought that was something cool. In the Bible, it's really bad to do fortune telling. In the Bible, it's really bad to do fortune telling. And he got me interested in fortune telling, and that was like some cool thing they kind of did that some people can make it to heaven, I think, when they believe in that. But don't do it. Don't do fortune telling. Don't make a habit out of it. You don't ever really want to do it. My uncle Richard, he read palms sometimes, but he didn't do it very often, like once every few years. And it's not, maybe for a forgivable sin if you didn't do it that often, but it's bad. So you don't really want to do it. And it's just bad. It's not good fortune telling. It says in the Bible they'll have their place in the lake of fire. So that's another thing that he got us into. What else did he do? He believed in reincarnation. Because he thought he could just act however the fuck he wants, mean as fucking anything, as long as he has all that money and whatever the fuck he feels like. But he hasn't been with many women. He only got married to one woman at a time. He's okay with that, but we didn't really know if he had cheated or not. And I thought it was so creepy that he may have cheated when I was younger. I didn't ever want to do cheating in a marriage. And it's just disgusting. But he's been okay about that. He may have only been with like a few women in his entire life, but he believed in reincarnation so he could be like as mean as he felt in his heart and his thoughts towards other human beings when he was looking at them in the face. It's kind of like popular people, or not popular people, but like very good-looking popular people who like look, not like me because I'm kind to people, but like those people who always look good growing up in schools, and they're like the most popular one, and they look at somebody else and try to act like, oh, they're ugly because that looks bad on their face or something, because they thought they were always better than everyone in their mean ass ways. But maybe some of them are kind of nice too. Maybe some, that's not that bad of a thing, but I think that man made a habit of, but that's not that bad of a thing. But I had to learn that, I think. But that's not that bad of a thing. But his reincarnation belief was a problem, and he got all of us to think that it was maybe real. He got Danica to believe it, the kids. He got Rowan to believe in reincarnation. They tried to make him think that he was this lady who killed herself in their family, and they tried to make him think, and Danica think, that Rowan had the same birthmark, and he was reincarnated as that woman, and they brought him back into the family as a baby or some shit. And then they tried to make me think that they were going to kill me and bring me back as a baby. And they believe all this awful reincarnation shit that's just a lie. That I know it's just a lie now. And I know it's just a lie now. And but I believed it, and they did this scary shit. I was so afraid of reincarnation because I didn't know how many times I'd be reincarnated in the future, and how bad it would be in the future. And I was so afraid. And then when I read more in the Bible about God and Jesus, and when I read more in the Bible about God and Jesus, I realized that you have one life on earth, and when you die, unless you live through the tribulation and continue living, you're so Jesus-like they don't kill you, that they don't kill you. you'll have one life on earth, and then when you die, you're brought back to life on Judgment Day. You're brought back to life on Judgment Day. On Judgment Day, and that life is forever. And that's how it is. There's no reincarnation unless you look at this life, you die, and you're risen one time into your new life that lasts forever. That lasts forever and is in heaven, most likely if you're kind and good, or in hell for all eternity. In hell for all eternity. And that's the reality, what will happen to people if they didn't do enough God's work on earth. And it's really hard to do. And it's not easy. Somebody watch this video. Oh, Danica. Danica might be watching this video right now. Danica's probably watching this video right now. So they had my own son Rowan believing in reincarnation and shit, and me and all of us. So when I finally got away from all of them, it was sad to be away from Danica and my kids because I was used to being around them. But when I was away from them for many years, it felt so alone and it almost hurt my body to be away from them. Then I found God in Jesus. God and Jesus more than ever. And then, there are people very close to Danica who believe in God and Jesus. The kids believe in God and Jesus now. Danica believes in God and Jesus. She was saying, praise God, praise Jesus there in Texas. And maybe all of them believe in God and Jesus. Many of her, I think maybe all of them believe in God and Jesus. I don't know. I think there's one of them misled in his faith still, that man, but I don't know. He may believe in God and Jesus now. I think he's become more kind and good. I don't know. So I'm going to turn this off. Something's annoying me. It feels like some annoying feeling being alone this long without my wife. Feels like an annoying feeling, like somebody's trying to put a feeling to my private parts, to my penis right now. It feels like some fucking person is trying to make it feel good to a dick as you walk in everything I'm doing. I hope that person, I'm so angry at that fucking person, I hope that goes away forever. I can't wait to make it to California and not have somebody pretend that there's something sexual about it just because you think my face looks good. Or just because you think my body looks good. You think I'm a faggot, or you think it has to feel something in my asshole and my dick. Fuck you. Whoever is doing that. Unless it's myself, unless I'm talking to myself, fuck you. Unless it's myself. And I think there's not with my brain, but I think there's a problem of being alone this long. It's like there's no wife for me to go to right now at home, where everything was normal, and I didn't have a problem with somebody trying to make a constant feeling on my penis with every fucking person that I'm going to. Who the fuck? I want to know who's doing that or why it's doing that. Why would it do that? It feels so awkward to feel that like a little fucking goddamn faggot. Who the fuck wants to feel good to a dick everywhere you go? Rub it on something. Who the fuck? If I want to have sex, it's because I do it when I'm having sex. I don't like to go and feel good like I'm on a swing set. Feels good to my dick everywhere I go. Who does this shit? Who puts a dick up to a fucking countertop other than a faggot or a woman? and likes the way it feels to their dick when they're cleaning. I hate that shit. You know how many times I've suffered having to clean this fucking house? Who the fuck else would clean it? And it feels like a dick feeling when I go up to this fucking countertop. You think I like that? Being humiliated like a woman, like I like the way it feels to a dick, having to cringe and shit while I'm cleaning shit up. What an awful feeling life here. I can't wait to go to California. It feels like shit. Of course, because my face looked good in this video. Of course, because my face looked good, they wanted to have me do some mean ass shit to go along with it, to pretend that it's something I should have to take down. I'm so done with this shit. I'm turning this off. Praise God, praise Jesus. I'm gonna eat food and be fat or have old eyes or some shit, and look bad and feel bad because somebody doesn't like me to look better in a video. They don't want to see it. They want me to look older. They want me to look like shit. They want me to feel like shit. They want me to be older looking, feeling with a hurt body, feeling like shit because they feel bad about their looks and their age and their weight and their physique and their health. And they want me to feel that way too. And to be just like them. They want me to be just like them for some reason, unless I'm crazy. Unless I'm crazy or I'm just questioning what this means because I'm not crazy and I've had enough. And for some reason, Al pretends that I'm like his Sicilian father. Sorry. I don't know. He pretends I'm like his Sicilian father who had to have food. And if he didn't get the food that he wanted, then he'd get angry. But it was like his only way to fit in with his father. I can't see what the shit somebody would want going back to their parents. Feels like shit. Feels like shit. I never want that. I'd rather be dead. I never want to go back to them instead of my wife and kids when I had a wife and kids. I don't like being I'd rather be dead. I'm sorry. You don't do that. 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 Al's okay. If your wife died, I'm sorry. It's just not for me. It's for you. It's for other people. They feel good doing it. I don't like the way it feels good to a dick walking around right now. Why does it feel something on my private parts? And how can I go to my mom and dad feeling that way? Feels like shit, and it made me do this and shit, and I don't want to ever fucking do it again, and I want to feel good about being alive, not feel good to a dick. And I want to feel good to my arm or my, I want to feel okay. I want to feel okay not here around my mom and dad. It's awkward. I don't like living in the same town as them. I can't wait till this place is sold. I don't like living in the same town as them. I don't like having to work at their things as the only way that I can figure out here to make money at things, since they wouldn't let my films and videos make enough money. I don't know. I think in these parts of the country, you have to go along with it how it politically is. I think you have to kind of go along with how it politically is. And in California, their number one industry in Los Angeles, in California, the number one industry in Los Angeles for jobs is the entertainment industry. They actually encourage it. They feel good about it. They don't look down on it as a hobby like I think they do in this city. I think, but I'm not sure, because that's in my personal experience from working at it with the best I had from 2005 until when I leave here, I can do more. And I'm making a video now, but why did I work at my best? I was able to at the time from 2005 till 2023, and it got so little. It got so little as shit money back in return. It got a huge amount in God's work back in return. Then I'll probably get back in heaven because I was good and kind about it. But why did it make such a small amount of money? Why did it make such a small amount of money? I don't understand why. I don't understand why. Why would somebody feel good to a dick when they're talking? Why is that feeling happening to my penis right now? Where's that from? Who's fucking doing it? You know, I'm supposed to have a wife or girlfriend for my penis to go towards. Not a faggot looking at myself in the mirror. You think I'm a faggot for wanting to look good and feel good? It makes me feel good to be around a woman who thinks that I look good, who's not in my fucking family or some weird ass, creepy ass shit that I don't give a fuck about. I don't know. You know, I'd like to be with my wife, or whatever the fuck it's called, that I used to never call it a wife. I want her to be my girlfriend forever. You know, it made me feel better to call her my girlfriend, but once I found God and Jesus, then I would have, you know, in 2019, when I really believed in God and Jesus and read about it, I would be like, wow, we're married, you know, but I accepted that earlier than that. I was okay with being married to her earlier than that. I just liked the idea of being girlfriend and boyfriend, her being my girlfriend. You know, I liked the way that felt. I liked being alive with her as my girlfriend when we lived together in an apartment together. It felt really good being young. Like when you're married, it really works well. And I can see it with couples who are kind of younger, and they really have that. And you know, it's called your wife of your youth. The wife of your youth. You're supposed to stay with forever. The wife of your youth. Because most of the time, but not always, people are very young or young when they get married. They're young when they get married. So there's something special about that people like, I think, or I personally like that a bunch. And I'd like to keep reliving that for the rest of my life and for all eternity. You know, getting to be with her, and then the kids be there too, somewhere, but not right now, because it's feeling like an uncomfortable, awkward feeling to my private parts. Why would it feel that way? Why is it doing that? God, why is it making an awkward feeling to a private part, penis? Why? You know, is there some person on earth doing that? Because I don't want that person in my life ever again. Whoever it is. Unless it's Danica. Unless it's Danica. I don't give a fuck who that person is. I don't care if I ever fucking talk to him again. I don't give a fuck. I don't want that person in my life ever again. I'm sorry. Unless they're just stupid as shit, just get away from me. That's why I'm going to California. That's one of the reasons. Also, because it's cold as shit out here. Even right now, it's cold as shit. And I have to think about how much money the heat costs. And it's made me sick. Earlier fucking today, I felt a little bit sick from turning the heat down just a small amount. It's happened maybe 200 fucking times in this climate. At this house. But not everyone out there has that problem. And they get in these cold ice baths that I can't see how that doesn't hurt their body. Why would you want to go in a cold ice bath? Because I went outside here in the cold one time and took my shirt off, and it felt like it hurt my heart. And I don't have any problems with my heart. I have a really healthy heart. I don't know why, but I shouldn't even tell anyone because they might get angry at me, but it's a way healthy heart. And I went out there in the cold with no shirt on, acting cool like the Polar Bear Club or one of those people nowadays going ice baths. Usually, you know, I can't imagine why people in California, maybe people in California do it too, I don't know. But I thought that was like places like that. I got angry, because I don't want to get sick anymore. Why have I gotten sick so many times from the cold? And I don't want to live here where it's difficult to heat because of how much money the heat costs. Unless I have plenty of money. unless I can afford to heat this house. And it's just awful, and it feels like private parts feel into your private parts. Who would walk around that besides a little fucking faggot who has gummy worms in it, gummy bears in his warm gummy bears in his pocket, likes the way it feels to his asshole because he's a goddamn faggot. His warm gummy bears, I like the way it feels to my. I'm a faggot. I don't like that stuff. You know, I don't do anything wrong. I don't break the law. I haven't done anything wrong in this video. I like the police around here. If they come here, I'm willing to fight whoever ever again sends the police towards me looking like I may have done anything wrong. I will sue whoever does that. I don't care who the fuck it is on earth. I will sue whoever the fuck does that. I'm not having the police call me to traumatize me ever fucking again. And I will show the I will show a psychiatrist. I will show you what the psychiatrist said when I'm showing a lawyer that who I'd be talking to. I'd show a lawyer that to go after whoever sent the police in the past. I may go after them. They have sent the police here for filming videos. If they do it again, they're sued. As soon as I get the money from this house, I can fucking sue people for millions if they fuck with me. I don't care who they are. You know, besides my mom and dad, I don't want to sue them. They've helped me a bunch with money, but I don't want to start suing people. But can you imagine having the police called on you for being kind and good and filming a video out in public in a nice way? When I was nice back earlier in this video, or some of the times in other videos, most of my videos, which I may have to take this down because I had a mean rant, and I get the feeling Danica wants me to take it down, but I don't know. But for making a kind video, they send the police to your house. You know, I'll go after anyone who has done that, and they're not going to do it to me again. I don't care who it is. You know. So don't ever send the police to pretend that I did anything wrong. And I'll be nice to the police if they ever do start coming after me. They've never sent me to jail, so that's good. It's just been small things that traumatized me pretty much. Fucking tried to traumatize me. You know, I don't want to. Emotionally, not physically. Thank God. You know, it hasn't really traumatized me, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm crazy for saying traumatized me. It hasn't traumatized me, but it was a fear that they pushed me by to keep me down. And I think maybe it wasn't a human being who did it, and I was wrong. Maybe God did it, to keep me in my place. But if it was a human, I don't care who it was, I will go after them. I don't care who it is, I will go after them. If it's a human, unless by some miracle I continue forgiving them when they've done it many times for my videos in Virginia. You know, somebody has called the police, and whoever that fucking person is, I will, as soon as I get the money from this house, if they do it ever in California, or if they do it here, I'll hire a lawyer. You know how much is it? It's not going to cost that much, $2,000, $4,000 maybe. I'll get the money somehow. I have it on credit cards now, and I have a bunch of cash in this house that most people don't have. But I don't have a bunch of cash at home because I don't have a regular job. this is awful, the stuff I'm talking about. It's not the best, but at least I'm not dying of a disease. This sucks. It's so mean the way I've been on here for like, and some of this video is so mean. But it's not even that bad because I'm such a kind human being. I'm a good human being that's not even that bad. Now I feel like shit. I'm sorry. I feel like shit. I've had enough of it. Feeling like some fuck slapping me in the back of the head to try to thin my hair. I'm about to fucking turn around and like whatever. I can't even fight him anymore. I used to imagine like punching people in the air and hurting them and shit in their thought in my, like if I thought somebody was hurting me from someone I didn't really know who it was, or sometimes people I knew who it was, I'd imagine punching the shit out of them like I was the biggest heavyweight champ on earth. And then I was afraid it could be a death punch. But before even reading it, I stopped doing it. But I found later in the Bible, if you give a death punch to anyone, I think you can go to hell. Not you can't go to hell. You might punch me and give me a death punch in your thoughts. But I do it in the air. But imagine like wherever it was coming from, someone else who's doing something to me. Imagine just really hurting him, but like with like a huge metal knife on it or some shit, and just stabbing, you know, the worst, most horrific things to defend myself so they wouldn't fucking try to give me cancer or some shit like that. Imagine like chopping him in half with some big evil sword. And then now it's like a ghost. It's a ghost who has some weird ass skeleton, so it didn't hurt the shit out of him anyway. And then they morphed. I don't know. Then they turned into some other thing, and it was like they kept going, and they're like, and so it was their own crazy ass mean shit that I couldn't hurt him anyway because it was just some ghost, and it didn't make any sense. So I imagine that it didn't hurt him, and it was just because they were like really on some caffeine, so much caffeine that they were like on an acid trip or something like that from so much caffeine, and it couldn't hurt their bodies, and it was all anxiety. So I can't hurt him anymore. So if I imagine, I hope I can't hurt him anymore because it was pretty bad. Because I imagine punching all these people. I imagine punching people, and then it caused me to now that's probably why they wanted me to die of cancer, because I remember many years ago I punched them in the air when they had my kids there for like 4 years or something. They had my kids there for 4 years, and it caused me to be so depressed, and I had almost no reason to go on. I thought I had no reason to go on living, and so I imagine like punching the shit out of them and smashing their head with this huge strong punch. And and then I don't know if I did it to anyone there in real life, but I'm trying to think. And then I have to think about them being hurt for like weeks, and they have a hurt head in my thought. And they'd have and it was and then I'd have to suffer or feel bad and say I'm so sorry or something, and be like that's one of the reasons why I had to go to a hospital probably. Or I don't know why. And then but now just for no reason, just because they're mean, I've made up for all that. I know I've made up for the sin of that. Repented so much. I felt so bad it hurt my body. That's probably one of the reasons I got sick or something. I don't know what. That's from, I think, I don't know why it's not really my fault. I think there are other people having that effect on me, who are jealous of my youth. They don't like younger looking people because they feel bad about their ego because they think that young women or women don't like them as much at their age. And it's not really their fault. It's more an innocent thing, the mean stuff they do to me. And they're these older men I have in my life, and they want my body to be hurt. They want, but not always. Not always, because with Al, I got to be young looking and feeling happy, and do videos. I got kind of famous, so that was okay. And then I feel like my neck didn't look as good, but I was starting to be really athletic and healthy. Yo, saggy clothes clown. Yo, 1990s saggy clothes clown. Shit. I don't know why I'd act like a clown. I don't know why. I guess because I laughed at things and was hoping to do stand-up comedy. But I was in Virginia and there's only so much you can do from here. They have a comedy club, but it just politically worries me to go in there. Like I could go to the whiskey. Well, the whiskey's crazy as shit because that's like drinking whiskey. I'd have to be like stoned to be able to get on California weed to even right now to even go in there. You know, because somebody's like against that shit because I said that I wouldn't go to the places here. So, but that's not really the problem. I went to all the places here. I went to the Coffee Pot. I went to No Shame Theater at Mill Mountain Theater in different locations. These places in Roanoke. I made movies at Dixie Caverns, at businesses that existed in Roanoke. We got their permission to film at their place. Many places in Roanoke. I went out there and I did the best I was able to and made the most of it, and it paid me about, I don't know. I ended up having to sweep floors and clean the house 12 hours a day for many months in a row, no matter how I fucking felt. With it feeling bad in my body and gaining weight or being out of shape and looking older from it and stuff, from that hard work. I think it makes people look older. But sometimes if you're working like gardening or working labor, or like working on power tools and stuff, if you don't eat much food during the day and you're doing that stuff like painting and stuff, you look more athletic, you look better and in better shape if you're not eating as heavy. So it can feel okay, but I just got depressed being all alone, and it started to hurt when I had to do it, and I had to keep doing it anyway. It was so bad. But I didn't give up and keep doing it even though I knew it would hurt my health. Besides, I think almost one time I did that, and you can't even mess up one time if you just give up with your life. Because I got to where I don't even want to say, because I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea, but I think there must be some way you could give up on living and just die. But I'm too young, and I can't do it right now, I think. But you know, it would be a long suffering. It would go on for way too long. That's not the way you want to live. That's a bad way to live. It would hurt your body, and then it would feel like shit way worse. For you know, you don't want to accept hurting. It'd be like, shit, don't do that. Don't try to feel as bad as you can. Like, I'm too young. We're too young to do that. But I think people, when they're really old and they're really about to die, they can kind of say, they know they kind of said, well, I'm gonna die or something, or I don't know. But I don't, maybe not even then. maybe not even then. I think they just know if they're gonna die, and they're like, but most of the time they don't even know. I don't know. I can't kill my body just by giving up and dying, but it can hurt the body. It can hurt the body. That's a shitty ass thing you don't want to do, because then you have to deal with some hurt thing on your body, and it's hard to get stronger again from it, or health, or a really good feeling again from it. Really good feeling again from it. Because I gave up one time. I gave up wanting to live, and I tried to smoke myself to death one time in LA. And I only smoked about a year and a half, and I went to LA for the third time to visit, and because it felt good there, or it felt okay, just the warm sun, and you know, just that I can maybe start working in films, but I didn't have enough money to start working in films again, even though I already started. I've already been out there. I was there for 7 years, but when I went out there again, one time I missed her and the kids, and she just wouldn't respond or be with me. She wouldn't respond or be with me, so I finally gave up, and I tried to smoke myself to death. Like, just with one cigarette, I said, I'm just gonna smoke myself to death, and I did as cool as I could in front of like all the people that could possibly see driving by and everywhere. I said, I'm just gonna kill myself by smoking myself to death. And I took a drag from the cigarette, and it started to hurt my body. It started to hurt my body, and within 3 days, I quit smoking forever and have never smoked a cigarette since then. It was in, I think, 2018. I just went back to cigarettes a couple times. I had already quit smoking. I didn't smoke anymore, but I went back to smoking it again, and I quit instantly and haven't smoked, and I think I'm never gonna smoke again unless it's for a movie, and I had to for a movie. And I don't know if I can take it anymore, because just that one time it started hurting my body on and off, and I started getting sick. I started getting sick from the cold, and I had a weaker body because I haven't had love. But when I go to Texas, my body doesn't hurt. When I go to Texas, my body doesn't hurt, but it's not easy, because they put me in a hospital there for mental things or whatever. They put me in a hospital there for 2 of the times I went there, because I wasn't taking their medicine they want me to take. But my body felt good. My body never hurt there. And when I get the money from this house, and I get her, then I can get her and the kids in the same town. And I want to get them in California, where it's warm and feels good to my body. And it felt really good through the desert, driving through the desert, because the baby, I think, had me like the way it felt in the desert, because California and Texas aren't that far apart, and I could have commuted, because she thought they could stay in Texas somehow. It's like I feel like I can communicate with the baby from far away, and it's been so difficult. She used to look into the air like not wanting to be in her present reality. I think she was looking for me, and I know she was looking for me, or she knew that I wasn't. So there's something missing without me there. But Danica, but there's some creepy people around here. I think creepy ass mouse, a creepy ass mouse. I've gotten it. They're anywhere. There are creepy people anywhere, and I think there's some mouse in here that tries to act like I like the way things feel in my private parts, because I've looked at women on the internet, and so there's some mouse that acts like, yeah, that's him. He just wants to feel good to his. I get it, and I don't know. And there's some mouse. I just heard him in there. He knows I cleaned up the all that stuff in there, and I think, and he was like, "Hey, it's all clean," but I'll just put up. He. I don't know if they can understand me saying this, but I'll put a little humane trap out for him, and he'll go in the trap, and then because I'm saying it in front of him, I don't want him to know. And then I'll put food, and then he can eat the food, and I'll put him down the hill, and he'll go to a different house, and he'll live at the different house. You know, I'll just put him at the neighbor's house, and he'll have to live there, or I don't. But I won't. I don't. But I'll let him out on the road where I'm legally allowed to drive on the road, so the mouse can have somewhere to live. Or I don't know what to do. You know, just because I have to sell the house, or I would just let the mice live here. I don't care. And you know, I'd probably get rid of them, but I don't want to kill them. So there are 2 times when I put the mouse. Now. Hey, dudes. Wait. Hey, dudes. I got a vagina. I was trying to make my mouth alive. I was trying. Hey, dudes. I got a vagina. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. I think you got a bear. More on than off. More on than off. Those are the anxiety thoughts that went into my brain from somewhere else. I think you got a bear. And then this showed up a few days later. It showed up in the mail. I got the thought you got a bear. And then I just got this from the mail. I just got this from the mail, I think yesterday. You got a bear. Star Trek. I used to like the story of Star Trek. I used to watch some Star Trek. When I was younger, I don't remember which one it was. I like Star Trek. People. We got this guy right here. It's James Gunn's brother. He'll perish you. It's James Gunn's brother. He'll perish you. You see James's dog? He will live longer than you. You're like a dog. That's not me. That's making his eye go sideways. He's a regular kind human being. Don't hurt him. He didn't really say that. He's nice. He's friends with this person. He's friends with this person. He's nice. You see what you did now? You caused my eye to go sideways. I'm a regular kind human being. But sometimes I get angry like anyone. Don't be mean to me. Shit. Well, he might. Ah. Hey dudes. Hey dudes. He works out with weights. Hey dudes. And See who else. See who else is in this. See who else is in. See who else is. No. Yo, this is the gay man. See, I feel like a woman too. We could grub bum, you know, grubby bum, grubby dick, grubby bum. You know, gonna be with me. I'm like a woman. I do it too. I would. You know, he's the guy with the afro. He would try to put you in a trance and act like he's a woman too. And then he'll kill you. And then, see, he really did that. There's a man out there who's a rapper or something like that looks like this dude. He try to reel you in, and then see how mean you may be to get away from him, cause he act like he a woman too, and it's really this dude. He's really this dude. A man with thick hair on him. You imagine him trying to act like a woman to you? Get away from me. Let's see who else is in here besides that gay man. Who's not really. Besides that guy's not a real gay person. There's some person who look like him who's gay. I'm not gay. Stupid. That black guy. What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know how to be kind to him in a way that's not. I don't know what this is. This looks weird. Burning worm. Hey, somebody doesn't like watching my face because it looks good. They think it tries to feel good to a private parts. Here's this person. I think in my thoughts. I don't know if that's true. Why else would it feel that way to a private parts and feel awkward? Rather just not do that and be around my wife. And kids, if she is my wife or what? Ew. Well, okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I'll walk over here. Get away from me. Nope. Not gay. Like somebody. Oh, my lonesome self ready to kill you. No. I was trying to make a joke about it, but it's actually somebody's butt. It's gross. I was trying to make a joke about it. Like people have a like people have a like they all have a backside. That was awesome. I feel so exhausted and kind of weak right now from just standing for so long and working out. I can't believe I picked up that weight and threw it in the air, flipped it and caught it and started punching with the 45-pound weights. I had so much energy. I haven't felt that good about my health and physical fitness for wow. I don't know. That was okay again. I gotta lay down or something. I'm probably just gonna go. I'm probably just gonna go. Wait, I'll put this back on the tripod. I'm just gonna take the phone. This was cool what I did for a tripod. It's a miracle. So I put this as a tripod because I didn't have the bottom of the tripod, and the other tripod broke. And there's one somewhere like maybe under the bed and all my stuff, but I haven't had the time to, not all, you know, I have other stuff. But so I just put this on here to hold this in place. This was $15. This thing was only $15, but it looks, you know, it's not looks, it's a way to hold the tripod. And I put this clamp, whatever this is called, but I don't even know. And that was a miracle that I got the thought from somebody who, it was in my family, who helped me to do that when I don't know how that, I don't know, maybe it was all because of them that I got to be okay and do a video. So I'll turn the camera off. I don't know why. I can't think of it anymore. I gotta lay down. My body feels like it needs to rest or something. It's been so difficult to be healthy again. It's been tremendous work this time around. Not just working out, but I've had to drink huge amounts of caffeine because I was eating the medicine. I had to eat the medicine, so I had to drink like 30 cups of coffee sometimes. And not go crazy. And the medicine causes, well, no. So I'm laying in a bed now, and my body's not as hurt. It's not as sick feeling. It's not as old feeling. It's not as bad looking. For some reason, I feel healthy. Well, I felt healthier and better today. After relentless effort, and not just that, but many things. Well, getting her and the kids, working on the house, trying to sell the house, having to leave the house to show it to people. And, you know, I haven't had the most at-home place to stay while they're looking at the house. And I usually leave for about 2 hours when they look at the house. There was a time when I had to do that twice in a day, and sometimes was gone for many hours. One time I drove all around Bent Mountain and had to be like around the people of Bent Mountain and keep seeing all these people in Bent Mountain. And I had to be kind to the area, and it was like a political thing, and I had to think about Danica through it all. I wasn't, and it was like not easy going to Bent Mountain. And then I had to drive around another place, but it was good. It was Bent Mountain. They're good. And then another time I had to drive around these other neighborhoods, and then I had to stay. I had to hide in the neighborhood near somebody's house twice, 2 different times. I had to go to another part of the neighborhood 2 different times when they were looking at the house. I went to my mom and dad's house one of the times when they looked at my house. I had to talk to this lady. No, I don't want to do all that. I'm going to eat food. I can barely walk to the kitchen. I have to eat. I'm going to eat food. But I don't want to see. When I've tried to just go and eat food and was hungry, I'd have to often pee first or something like that, or it felt like, and it's been so much work. Just for some reason, I know why, my metabolism is way high. I have a very high metabolism. I may have been heavier with fat and stuff, but with more muscle, I got my metabolism really high. So I had to use the bathroom a bunch, maybe 20 or 30 times a day. So it's not like taking craps mostly, but it's just because I happen to have more muscle. But then people were telling me I was fat and stuff. And then those same people, I felt like some really famous person, and they were saying how good looking I was and stuff. Some of the people who watch, maybe I'll. Now I'm barely walking to the kitchen. I feel exhausted. There are times when I was younger, that's when I'd start. Like, I would drink caffeine, drink caffeine, and get way more energy, and then just like continue do it. But I can't. I can't do I can't. I found some old strawberries with a bunch of mold on it, kind of, and throwing them away. This is what I can't do anymore, is drink beer at the end of all this. You know what that would do to somebody's health? You can't tell. I can't tell people what I'm doing, because if the neighbor even hears a slight thought of it, or the mice, or something like that, if I say it out loud at this house what I'm going to do, or if I feel really good and say, wow, that looked really good, or something like I thought it actually looked good, that means it's like under whatever I thought was good is under attack if I ever announce it first. And it's only happened at this house. That's another little reason why I want to leave. It's like I'll film. I don't even know. Who knows? It's pretty good. It's not that bad. It's just these. It's not good. Don't say what I'm doing. You can hear. Can you guess what I'm doing? Listen to this. Can you guess what? Can you guess what I'm doing? Oh. Praise God, praise Jesus. Praise God, praise Jesus. Praise God, praise Jesus. I hope everyone watching this video makes it to heaven one day. Praise God, praise Jesus. It's not bad feeling. Praise God, praise Jesus, amen. I ate a piece of cheese. I ate a piece of cheese. It smells like a hospital. The smell of the hospital. Like the disinfectant, like they're gonna inject a skinny needle. Or disinfectant. I don't know why. Maybe it's the soap I used and it like
mixed with something else, and the smell of the cheese, the smell of the cheese, and it caused, like while my hand was leaning like close to my face, because somehow it made the smell of like a hospital. Now it smelled like bug spray. I don't know where that came from. Something outside. It smelled like bug spray. I had sprayed outside for bugs. That's been pretty good. I mean, they haven't been bug. There haven't. Okay. The mouse. I think the mouse hears the little thing. Can you hear this? Oh shit. Can you hear this? Did you hear what I just did? Yeah. Yeah. This is amazing. I'll just tell the truth. Here's what I did. That sound I was making before was the sound of oatmeal and granola cereal and coconut oil that I poured on it, that I was going to add other stuff to, like maybe some sugar and milk and maybe fruit, but instead I didn't. It was too much food to eat, and I made it yesterday with just the coconut oil poured on oatmeal and cereal, and it I put it in the refrigerator, and it made it hardened up, and so I had to use a spoon to break it up like into pieces of cereal, and then I poured whole milk. I poured whole milk on it, and now I'm eating the cereal. It's a miracle I get to eat food. For weeks I felt guilty when I ate food. Like I had done something wrong, because I thought every one of my videos was calling me fat, and I thought I didn't look good enough. And they weren't all thinking I was fat. I thought people thought I was fat. It was such a fear that was like a crazy level that I didn't know that wasn't as bad, but I thought I was pretty heavy. And I thought it was why I wasn't getting enough views. And people have thought I was gay too, I think, because I wasn't with a woman, and I was hoping for Danica to get back her and my kids. But if she doesn't want me, she doesn't want me. And so I went on a dating site today, and I wrote to someone. Somebody said hello on it. Hi. They said something that Danica and I used to say. when we were together, and that's the only reason why I wrote back, was because I thought it was like maybe there's something special about her. And it's the first time I've talked to someone. I haven't met up with anyone on a dating site in since 2015. What a failure. What a nerd. But I did be with some women. And that was a problem. So I messed up a little bit. And it caused so many problems, I think. I can tell that the sin caused problems or hurt me. It hurts the body if you fornicate. Fornication hurts the body, meaning any kind of sex. Any kind of sex. Sex. Any kind of sex with somebody who's not your wife or husband. If you're a woman and your husband, I don't think anyone's watching that who's married to a man. But there may be some of my friends who are married to a woman watching, or some people who are married to a woman watching, but I don't know. And that doesn't hurt the body at all. To have sex with somebody you're married to, unless their lust caused their body to hurt, and then it went back to their husband or wife. I mean, not the lust, the fornication. That could be a kind of lust, but lust is not that bad if it's not in real life. It's been so hard to have no lust. I think I'm not going to be able to do that for the rest of my life. That's too bad. I try to be really good and not even lust after the wrong women or any women in real life. Besides, well, that's it. If it's lust, I'm trying to not think of any women, but I messed up the other day. A little bit of a thought. It wasn't thinking about being with her, but it was like, it crossed my mind when I was thinking about when I was trying to imagine being with and then it caused problems. It made me feel awkward around my own daughter, and it felt like those same people showed up under my floor, like God had them show up under my floor. Like there's somebody who had a girlfriend, and I thought he was mean to her, or acting mean in front of her. I was like, come on, that's not gonna last if that's how he was. And he had already lusted after my wife, my actual wife, out of nowhere, when I did nothing wrong to him for anything that I could think of why he would do that. And so it crossed my mind when I was looking at a woman on the computer who's not a real person, but just some image of whatever it was. And I thought about that guy's girlfriend a little bit. It showed up in my mind, and I was like, well, and I didn't know what to think. But then God had them show, like, it felt like they were under the floor when I was laying in my bed, and it made me feel so awkward around my own daughter. And it was awful. And she was this attractive girl. Not my daughter. She's too young to think about it being attractive or anything like that. She shouldn't think of any of that. She's too innocent for that. But the girl under the floor, the woman, was like this young girl who I drove out of the neighborhood one time. I'm not gonna say where she was because she could have been at some other person's house or a different house. I don't want to say anything bad. And as I was leaving, she made sure to show herself. Well, she wanted to show because she's really good looking, a young woman in her 20s. This happened only a few days ago, so thank God I've been getting in okay enough shape again to look okay. Because I mean, there's a time a couple years ago they thought, oh, he's old, looks like shit, old. I never had him look at me as that, and that happened to me at this house. It felt so bad, and not the house's fault, but I was driving. I got in shape. I was driving the other day, and I had to go slow in the neighborhood, and I drove past this guy's house. And out of nowhere, there's a girl there, or a girl, or woman. She's, of course, a woman. And she looked really good, like a really attractive young woman. And I don't know how he got her at his house, but he looks good too. I don't know how, because he's into his shape. He looks like a famous person, but he doesn't do any of that famous stuff. That's how he likes to look at whatever he works at in real life. He's just a kind of young guy, but he's like my age. But other people actually get to look that way, you know? They look young. Some of them look in their 20s, and they're my age. But I had to look older for some awful reason, and that's another reason I wanted to leave. That's another reason I really want to leave. And and so that young woman looked at me when I was driving away, and I was feeling pretty good that day, like about the way I looked. And it's a miracle, because sometimes I felt bad about the way I looked in the past year or two, but I looked good enough that I looked okay. And she looked really good, like a young woman who looked like, you know, kind, nice, very attractive, good-looking face, really young, not too skinny. She looked amazing. I mean, just good, and like a kind person too. And it was just amazing to see that somebody was like that out there, and it was just happened to be close at my house, but I had to like feel awkward around her a little too, like that sucked, and that's not awkward, but just like, oh, it's wrong, you gotta be with my wife, and but she's not my wife. I think I don't have a wife, so I don't know. And then I imagine that they showed up in the floor, him and that girl, and he was acting like I had said something like, I got the thought from my wife, and my thoughts are from her heart or something, like she somehow gave me the thought. I don't understand why, but I had to honor her and do what she said, and I'd get a thought from her, but I think that's not true. I think she's not even my wife anymore, so I don't even know what's real or not with that. But she said, say you're selling it to an insect. The house to an insect to like frighten him, like an Illuminati thing a little bit, but he's not even afraid of it at all, because he's like meaner. He does weirder, meaner things than me. This guy who I don't want to say where he lives, but I had to pretend in my thoughts I was selling it to an insect. And when him and his girlfriend, I got the thought like God made them show up the sound of their voices in the floor, which is really like wind, not wind, but like some other thing that I have no idea what, but it sounded like their voices in the floor. And she was interested in me a little, I think, but she was actually with that guy, and she probably would never really be with me, I think, but I don't know. and then I pictured him acting like he was an insect, like he had like the head of an insect, and he was gonna try to take my house or get to live at my house with her, and it was so weird, and but he acted mean in some other ways, like he was like, and I was like, why did he do that in front of her? It was so sad, because she was this like innocent young girl, and when they're in the floor, then all of a sudden I got the thought she tried to act really sexy and tried to put her private parts right onto mine. And it showed up out of nowhere, but I don't know if it was the devil or someone good, but it wasn't that bad. But it was so weird that it was in front of, that the dude was still on the floor and acted like she and it did something to have her show up like in my thoughts, and it like had a really good looking private parts of hers, and it went like right up to something I don't want to say, and I was like, oh no, and I was trying to I was trying to be nice to the baby, and instead the girl showed up, and I was like, oh no. And I wasn't quite, but it was something to think about. That it was like, you know, she was with him, and she was, and he was he's a good looking guy in real life, but it's just he acted like an insect, like an ant head or something, like a dark ant head, like he was an insect or something. And I was like, how could she be around him when he acted like a real insect with like all his heart and thoughts? And I felt sorry for the girl for him to be that mean. And I think he made a habit out of some sin, and I hope he gets more kind again. And it was just there's somebody watching now. There were more people watching it before, and there's somebody watching. So So then they went away from inside, from their voices went away from inside the floor that God had me listen into or something. And then now it's farting. Now it's farted after leave. Oh shit. And so then I got the thought about her, like, that's how she thinks, you know, instinct and nature. And it was just, didn't feel like somebody I'd marry. So I just said, okay, that's his girlfriend or whatever. I made a mistake. Really weird. But, it just showed up in my thoughts. I realized there are people out there like that. And, you know, I don't want to be the old guy. It makes me feel bad, and I've had to feel bad about that stuff when it used to be something that was not as much of an issue. But I noticed it in my 30s, in my early 30s, you know, if they thought I was too old. But even then, I looked sometimes like a teenager, like not a teenager, but an 18-year-old or 20-year-old or 23-year-old. But that was when I was like 33, early 30s, only early 30s, not my later 30s. And so that's a good thing for kids who are teenagers. They can still maybe pull off looking like they're in their early, but they might want to. My kids might want to look like they're in their 20s when they're in their 20s. I don't know, but if they, you know, that's something good, that people can really look like a teenager when they're in their early 30s if they're in shape enough, or if they just have a young face. And I'm older now. You know, when I moved to this house, I was like 30 something. I was in my 30s, and now I'm 45. And there are people my age who look kind of old. sometimes. You know, they're like, this is really sad. I don't even want to tell you how bad I looked. That I felt the right thing to do was to accept that I was one of those older people who was just, I don't know. But I still am okay. I look young again. I don't know how I started pulling off other than tremendous hard work in the ways that I knew to look younger and better again, to feel better about myself, that I feel healthier and better about. You know, it's not just something that I just like, something I had to work at, you know, not that I didn't really get the chance to for, you know, I'm still working hard at it then, but I had so much stress. It kind of sucked, and that's one of the reasons I want to leave, but I've been just doing the best to get in shape anyway, even though I'm still here, and I was afraid to after something that happened a couple years ago. Something awful happened a couple years ago. I got this reckless driving ticket for doing nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong, and they gave me a reckless driving ticket, and I was afraid I'd go to jail. And it had me gain 30 or 40 pounds. I cut my hair short, put black dye in it. It looked crazy. It looked awful, but it was like, I thought I'd have to go to court and all this shit. And I was so worried because I was like strung out on no medicine and like super high. And this cop was angry at me for some reason. And he gave me a reckless driving ticket. But if it happens again, I don't give a shit. It's not going to happen again. In fact, I may never fucking drive this car. I may not even drive a car out in public outside of this road because I don't want that to happen again. And for 2 years, I gained weight a little, felt older, felt like shit, was afraid to put blue in my hair. I had to have blonde hair because the cop who did it to me, it wasn't his fault. It was like he just, you know, it's not his fault. He had blonde hair and he was like this Adonis, huge, strong, white guy who looked like he weighed 240 pounds of muscle. And he was like in his prime. He was like 20, or like he was like 24 or something. And he made me feel like shit. Like me, of all people, who's athletic and strong, he made me feel small. And way blonde, and he gave me some ticket that I got thrown out by an attorney. I threw it out by an attorney. I got a lawyer or whatever to throw it out, and I only gave him like, it cost like a few hundred. I think he did it for free. I don't know. He knew my mom and dad. And I got a small not a speeding ticket, but not even a ticket, but a small it's so frightening to even say. He gave me a fine, and it was like $140, and I didn't have to go to court. I got the lawyer to do it, and they reduced it, and I got so much anxiety about it. But I'm not letting it happen again. I'm in survival mode. So, I'm not going to let it happen again that I know of. I don't see how they'd do that. It was so random. It was a one-time thing. And that's one of the main reasons why. I think that's the real reason why I'm leaving. That's one of the real reasons I'm leaving. Well, to get my kids, you know. With or without that, I'm just going to get my kids. I don't know how else to get them in the same town besides getting the money from the house to hire a lawyer to get them in the same town, and then I can work on movies, and I don't have to work on homes. And my dad thinks that the movies aren't work or something. I don't get it. Or my mom thinks that. My dad thinks that it's not real work or something, I think, but I don't know. But I may be wrong about it. He thinks that, I don't know what he thinks. I don't know. I'd rather actually go work on me. He told me one time that he thought I should earn less money if that's the kind of work I'm doing. But he also wants me to go and be like the biggest, most political one at this stuff or something. It's crazy. I don't know what he's trying to do. Like, why? Like, and then he thinks that I'll be a big Marvel person and like do all. He thinks I'll do it. So I don't know what he thinks. But I just want to leave. And I may be as strong as that guy who's a huge Adonis police officer who's like 24 years old. But I had my body covered up so I couldn't tell, and I felt so weak and small around him. And like I didn't look as good or something. He was like glistening in the sun, like he was glistening in the sun, and it felt like he told me, it felt like he said, "You're black, dick. You're black, dick." And he can't see what my fucking... He can't see actually how... I don't even want to say... Pisses me off because he couldn't see what my actual... No, he couldn't see what my actual... It's ridiculous. He assumed I was like one of the people who he sees in the gym or at changing at work or something like that. There's people who have like a dark penis. They have a dark penis, and I personally don't have one of those, but he assumed, he pretended I had a black dick just to say something to me because he was so white, and like, but he didn't even say it out loud. He like did it in his thoughts and heart with like mouthing a different word, but it's not his fault, and it pissed me off so much, made me feel so bad. Like, he showed up at my door, but and then eventually another time he was like pissed off at me. I don't know why. He gave me a reckless driving ticket, and I had blue hair. I had blue hair when he gave me the reckless driving ticket. And that's the thing that made me want to leave town. And, you know, at one time I acted really fucking mean to him too, because he had done it in meanness, I think. And that was where I messed up. But I acted like, you know, I'm probably as strong as he is because I'm like really strong and in good shape. So I can't see how he'd have more muscle than me if he doesn't do steroids. But the second time I saw him, he just looked like a regular kind guy. And the first time it was like really scary. And it's not his fault. He's like probably a good, okay. Well, I don't know if he's good or bad. And I think he was just, I don't know. And so that's one of the reasons I was going to leave. You know, because he saw me with like long blue hair, and you know, it caused me to want to die every day for 4 months. Every day. I mean, I was very close to killing myself because he gave me a reckless driving ticket, and I thought I might have to spend a year in jail for doing nothing wrong, for having an old car that I stepped on the brakes and it would not stop, and somehow the gas pedal stuck down on its own. It was the most weird supernatural thing that in a car that I've ever had that sucked really bad, and it hit the stop sign on its own, and it was so scary, and I could barely drive for a year after that. It was so frightening to drive. I was shaking. I don't know how I made it home. The tires were slipping and there was ice on the road. They made me drive it home after that. I was so like worried from the accident that I got in, and they made me get back in the car and drive the same car home. It was awful. And then I finally got a mechanic. Well, my mom and dad brought the car to their mechanic they know, and they proved to the lawyer that it had faulty brakes and a faulty gas pedal that stuck down on its own. It was a miracle. And after 8 months of worry, I gained weight. I looked like shit. I looked older. I looked old, and it just felt so bad. And after 8 months, it was finally okay for doing almost nothing wrong. I can't understand why. So I don't really want to live here anymore because of that. And that's one of the main reasons, because I am afraid to play this Marshall amp, because that was at a time I was playing this Marshall amp and starting to play music, and my videos were getting a little more views, and I was going to be a rock star, and I was getting in better shape, and I was getting there, and then that happened. That thing happened. I put blue hair dye in my hair, and had long blue hair. I think my dad saw it, and he was there. I called him because the car wasn't running. I thought I'd get a ride from him. I think he does not want me to have long hair. He does not want me to have blue in my hair. He thinks it's gay. He thinks it's like David Bowie. He hates David Bowie. And but it's not his fault. He doesn't like Trump. He's like he's kind of, it's just, I don't know what to say. It's not his fault, but I don't know why. It's not my dad's fault, but I don't know what happened. I was trying to find out why. But it's because my dad tries to annoy things. Like if he thinks there's a problem, he tries to like annoy it into something it's he doesn't understand. He hears a negative thing and he thinks that's the negative thing or something. He thinks that's what the thing, like you can't even mention it. He likes to hear the good sounding thing of what it's supposed to be. And so I've been a little afraid to play music, and that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do is go to California where I can play music more. That's what I really want to do. And here it felt like shit. It felt like some fat guy, super big, huge, fat clown in this kitchen screaming out shit, acting like the most hysterical clown of they want my body to be in hysterics, physically collapsing, but it just was like, it's not who I feel like. I don't feel like keeping every inch of this place clean, even though it doesn't look all brand new. Keeping all of it clean with like almost no mess besides the mess I just made in this video. And what is that? It's so weird, a little bug on there. So weird. No, can you imagine this entire home having to do this stuff? Like that showed up and I have to clean that. This doesn't wipe up. That's like a chip in this stupid thing. I can't even think about these cabinets that haven't helped the value of the house, but they're clean. It looks okay enough. And like, see, like this is how clean the house is. Look how clean this microwave has been. I've had to keep it this clean. Could probably clean it again. It smelled like food. And it's like today I did it for hours, 3 hours. I did it for 3 hours today. And I got the house ready for 3 hours today. I don't know what to show. I got the house ready for 3 hours today. I feel like I look like shit and can't even show my face. Unless I start looking better. You've seen the house so much, I don't even know what else to show. Oh shoot.
smell somebody's marijuana. I smell marijuana. Shit. Shit. That's crazy. It's really scary. Smelled somebody's marijuana. I don't see. I don't see what good this. No, I don't see. No, I don't see what good this will do. Because if they figure out some way to open this one, then they could probably just do something to open that. But I don't see how they open this one from there. I can't really do it, I think. But anyone could break a door down if they felt like it somehow. Besides the little child or a woman or who is small or something. A small woman. Hey, we're gonna play the drums. 12 o'clock at night. Will somebody get angry? Oh, I think that guy doesn't have to work tomorrow. I think I can play the drums. I don't know. Maybe I can play the drums. Will they even hear it at their homes? Probably not. Here's the cereal I ate. Here's the cereal I ate. I just had a little bit of it. I feel like I got enough rest. I feel like I got enough rest. I'm gonna wash my hands. Get this shot just right, filmmaker. Oh, Philadelphia. I have friends in Philadelphia. That's where I filmed Brandon that's where I filmed Chris Rabb from Jackass and Viva La Bam, and Brandon Deco and Erie Vaughn from Danzig. They were in my movie Vampires of Zanzibar. I filmed it in Philadelphia at my friend's apartment or loft. It was like a loft. It was like a place they lived in Philadelphia. My friend Charles, he's a movie producer of indie movies, and I didn't film Bam because he would have cost $10,000 was his price back then to get in a movie. It was $10,000, and he was in his prime back then. Pretty much, he was like really famous. You could pay him $10,000 to be in a movie if you had $10,000 on a credit card or credit cards. I'm gonna put this cereal away. I'm gonna put this somewhere. Noni used to have. Oh no, don't ever say oh no. Noni. No. Noni's dead.
She passed away in 2016. Or she's in heaven. She's asleep. Her soul. Bam peed in the sink and his brother got mad and Bam beat up his brother and fled into the woods. Oh. Oh, okay. No, yeah, no. No. He was, oh, weird. No. Yeah, no. Who is Chuck? Can I swing by later and get a teener? That is scary. I don't know what that means. Well, maybe it's not. I don't have no idea what that means. Uncle Plopper said I had man boobs. How could that felt so in good shape in this video? I felt in really good shape in this video. Even this video I filmed before it, I felt okay, but how did I look? Who knows? I'll look at it later. Oh, here's the comments. Here's the comments. I'm gonna show the comments. Bam turned himself into the police. It was on TMZ. Oh, thanks. The Axel impression. I might dress as that Axel Rose, or I don't know. Uncle Plopper, go run in the woods. Always have to pee. Yo, John, something. Hi, John. There's Mrs. J. Kill and her husband saying all this. And I think there are some comments before that. There must be, I think. Whoops. He said I was flabby. He said I was flabby. He said my music sounds terrible. He said stop. And then he said, Jane said that. I guess that's all the comments. Well, I guess I gotta go. I guess I gotta go. I think. Unless I can play the drums, and they won't really hear it out. Mormozine commented, he loves making movies too. Well, it's raining out. so the neighbors won't really hear the drums, I think. I think I'm gonna play the drums. I'll keep a shirt on so I don't show myself trying to look too good. I think. I don't know. Oh, here's this. Why am I trying to play cool drums? What is it doing? No. Nope. How do I do this? How do I do this? Trace the thing. Ow! No. I'm gonna play these drums. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm gonna play these drums. I'm gonna play these drums. I'm sorry. Made me feel like I was gonna die if I met up with my friend. I know. I could have played music and stuff with him, but I was really worried. I think I just wasn't supposed to meet up with him, but I'm supposed to be nice to him anyway. I was supposed to be nice to him. That's exactly what it is. That's what it is. I'm not supposed to meet up with him, but he's one of my best. He was at one time my best friend in high school when we were like 14 or 15, I think. 15. I don't know. I was friends with this other guy we knew. I was best friends with him when I was like 13 or 14. I think 14, 13 or 14. And he played drums, and the other guy also played drums. But one of them went on to be in a famous band, The Sword.
His name's Trivet Wingo, and they went on tour with Metallica. And I taught him how to play drums. When he was first, I taught him, was one of the earliest people to teach him how to play drums. I think he was 14 or something, and I learned how to play drums before him, and I taught him how to play some drums, and then he I don't know, but he went on to be famous, and like I don't talk to him as much, but he's not really famous, but he's in a famous band, Trivet Wingo. He was in The Sword. The Sword, have you ever heard of that band? This guy, J.D. Crone-Eyes, who I went to high school with, who I didn't talk to that much, but I knew his name, and they ended up being a famous band, and they live in Austin, Texas. Okay. I'm gonna play drums. Pronounced it on my phone. Pronounced. What is that? That's an anxiety I've had. Pronounced. Because I am by myself, like most. I've been by myself most of the time. That's weird. Okay. How am I gonna? I wonder what that looks like. Nobody does that shit. Anxiety sound. Pronounced. I don't know what that anxiety means. Pronounced. Okay, just checking to see if I can fall. Hey. No, you're okay. You're okay. I'm a nerd. I'm not a gay person. Hey. This hair looks so stupid. Stupid. I'm sitting. I'm putting the tripod here. How do I turn the light on? This feels so weird. I don't know. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Hey. Yep. A low angle on my face. Okay. I think I found somewhere better to put the camera. Hey. Straight way. I mean, direct. I'm pretty nice. I don't know, I might be a little more liberal. I'm not trying to have a political effect on everything to make everyone. I don't Old Testament. I don't act like Old Testament punishment towards gay people. I don't know why. I just don't do that. I act nice to gay people, kindness to others. That's just how I do. This is so weird. And how other people do. Whoa, that looks weird. Why does it look like that? That looks so weird. Why is that in front of the camera? That's weird. That looks weird in there. I don't know. Come on, drums. Crazy. Don't talk to a drum set. Come on, God and Jesus, help me to set up these drums. That's what you say. You don't try to ask God to help in it. You don't ask God to help in it. That's wrong. I don't mean to say it in a mean way, but some people don't know what they're talking about sometimes. And I don't know what I'm talking about sometimes. But you don't ask God to help in it. That's impossible. It is an earthly thing of sin. Praise God, praise Jesus. I'm setting up a tripod because I don't have a tripod. I only have the top of it because I accidentally left it at my dad's house, my mom and dad's house. And I forgot to get it when I went back there again. It's not anyone's fault. I'm trying to set this up without setting this up without a tripod. Crazy. I'm gonna use this as a tripod. It's not a tripod. Trying to set. I'll just put this. Hey, think I found out how to do it? Yeah. Crazy. Enough of it. I do all this just to set something up with a tripod. It reaches the charger so I can plug it. It's okay. I'm not angry about it. It's just. There's only so much you can do when everyone in your life is kind of older than you. And it's not their fault. Because if you do too much, you might hurt them. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't know at all what I'm talking about. Why is this here? Oh, this was the singing. How can I do it now when the guy next door may not want to hear loud music and loud sounds? Yeah. Maybe if I was like Michael Keaton and had 1,000 acres, then I could. This is a crack. This is. When it plays loud, it sounds good enough. Oh shit, that scared me. I hope that doesn't, I hope the neighbors don't hear it, but they might not be able to hear it at all. They might not be able to hear it at all. I don't know. I don't even know what it looks like. I can't tell. It's like the wrong angle should be from here. Unless I look okay from the side. I don't know, I look like a fat ass. I don't know. It sucks not having good tripods. I have a good I was down to 1 or 2 good tripods. This is so weird. This is, I don't know what other people do, but I don't. Hey. Maybe that looks so, maybe that. Okay. I acted like a cool sound. Weird. Good. No. It ain't honk tink tonk tink tonk tay. It ain't tonk tink tonk tink tonk tay. Shit. It'll rape your ass because you're wearing shorts, faggot. It'll rape your ass because we don't like shorts. I don't know why. We don't like shorts. We don't like shorts. Yo. I'm just gonna play these drums. I think. I have to set this up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. I don't know. This is what having minimal filmmaking equipment has gotten down to. If I had plenty of chargers, if I had more 20-foot iPhone chargers, I wouldn't have to move around a freaking power strip. I had plenty of tripods. And they'd be here, they were here like in 2020. I had like 5 of them or 10 of them. And just all this filming videos, I don't know what happened to them. I gave some of them away and then it just like, I think the people didn't even appreciate it. I don't know. Pull this lamp out away from the wall so I can turn it. Ooh. Oh, I get it. They had bad things happen to them. I hope they like the tripod anymore. But it like ruined it. When sometimes when I gave people special things, it was like, when I gave people special things, I don't know. It was like they didn't appreciate it if it was too special. That's why it's all, it's like without her and the kids, it's like, I don't know, I'm talking about stupid stuff that you may not even care about or whatever. That's okay. I have to itch my back now like an owl. Because when I got to this house, I had to itch my back. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, feels good. Fat guy itching his back. Look, it looks bad on my fucking body when I do it. It feels bad. It's like some fucking fat guy itching itching his back. Looks stupid as shit. Oh, it feels good to a fat body. Let your muscles relax. Look fatter and just itch your body. John Birmingham, not Al. Just itch your back. Because you're the fucking fat guy now. Now you're fat and Al's skinny. Crazy. Why did I have to start itching my back when I got to this house? Like some old fat guy. I can't do it. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to do it. But Al may literally die. I'm worried for Al. Go to his channel if you want Al Bob to look at his physical face and see if he's healthy enough. Is he dying? I think he might be dying. I have to pee right now. I feel like my body's not feeling its best. I have to pee. I don't know why I have to show myself on camera, other than I'm trying to put music on while I pee so it's not doing nothing. I have to pee.
Video of me at my parents' for my birthday party.
Not even good looking. It was more. Okay, there's my mom and dad's house. This is different.
Why? What is he having tested?
I gotta pee, but I'm just not worried about it.
What's asbestos?
Listen to my dad. This is funny. This is funny. This is funny. It's funny. Whatever it's called. This is so funny. Wait.
I know what it is. It's in the old days they made things with asbestos.
Listen to my dad. I recorded him when he didn't know I was recording.
God's plan is different from what we thought our plan would. I thought my plan would be here.
Grace, I'm cutting it, okay?
At least it's not like the people who went to hell in real life. Some of them maybe you didn't at all, and I had to curse because they didn't.
There's like a little hole in the ceiling in the dining room of Bill Avenue. From the left, a little hole, and they think the plaster then had asbestos. So he just texted me now.
Plaster doesn't have asbestos.
No.
I texted him back, because they did not get cute with me, because I said, if it has asbestos, what are your plans? You know why? They'll be out on the street. Yeah. In 5 seconds.
I'm not having it tested for asbestos.
No, he's having it tested.
Why? Why is he having it tested?
What's asbestos? Asbestos. I know what it is. It's in the old days they made things with asbestos.
Well, they don't know. What? They don't know they're on one thing. There's like a tiny little hole in the ceiling. And it looks like, in the plaster, you can see like I'm gonna talk to music quickly.
What is that?
Asbestos in the plaster. If anything, if there were asbestos, it would be in the insulation in the attic.
No, not.
Why not?
Dot dot dash dash dot dash dash dot dot.
No, he's afraid a couple of little pieces. And the hole is about this big. So
Can't play the keyboard.
Can't go? Do this to clear out stuck poop fast. Fiber helps you poop, right? Nope. According to New York's top gut doctor, fiber just adds bulk and weight to poop. And that might sound like a good thing, but it's a lot like adding...
She's okay, that lady, I guess.
what is the purpose of having it tested?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of having it tested?
Onto Latino. Let's play a drum song. What song should I play on drums? What song should I play on drums? I don't know. You want to give me no. Praise God, praise Jesus. No. Weird bug flew near me. Oh, a moth. A moth. Or something like that. Ew. Disgusting. Get away from me. No. This bullshit ass fucking thing. See if somebody said what song to play. To a song to play. Hey. No. I'm afraid to play the song Mrs. J. Kill wants me to play. I'm afraid. Because then it thinks about her and her. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll play the song Mrs. J. Kill wants me to play. I'll look. Get your fat butt out of here. Get your fat butt out of here. Get your fat butt out of here, motherfucker. Okay. Sorry, okay. Could barely walk after leaning down that much. Now I can walk really good. Now I can walk really well. Okay. Oh, I gotta play the song Mr. Brownstone by Guns N' Roses. This'll be fun. Mr. Brownstone. Mr. Browntown. Mr. Browntown. No, I know. Mr. Browntown. Mr. Browntown. Oh no. Not against white people.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be full of reminders of your condition. Never knowing,
I don't know.
Always wondering. You weren't made for UC or Crohn's, but gut-focused Entyvio is. Entyvio works at the site of the problem to block certain inflammation-causing cells from entering the gut. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, a risk of PML, a rare, serious, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, experience frequent infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Liver problems can occur with Entyvio. In clinical trials, Entyvio helped many people achieve long-term relief and remission. Ask your doctor about Entyvio.
Moving is hard. You know what isn't? Getting T-Mobile 5G home internet. Connect your new home in just 15 minutes. Only $50 a month. Plus get price lock. We guarantee we won't raise your internet rate.
Neurologists are stunned. They've confirmed that ear ringing is shrinking your brain cells. Tinnitus is now known as precursor dementia, according to the Mayo Clinic.
Don't play that. Oh, b-ball. I don't. Oh, shit. Don't run. Oh, fucking hurt. Don't do that. You're too heavy right there. I think, but do it. Don't. It's the last thing that I want to think about. Was that stupid? I felt it was stupid. I thought I did a dumb job. I felt I did a not as good job, but I don't know. It was okay. But I wanted it, I like doing like 10 times or 10 times as good as normal, or like 100 times or 20 times as good as normal. And I want to play like the really amazing drum cool stuff. But people like you to play the simple beat, play it how it's like regular. And if it was 20 or 100 times, that'd be crazy. Because that'd be like doing a constant, really cool drum solo when it was inappropriate. But I like doing my own really original stuff, and I don't know. Mr. Brownstone. Shit. I don't know. No. I'll take my asshole and spread my asshole like this across my body, cover it up inside, and shred out inside of myself and start playing drums. Mr. Brownstone. Mr. Brownstone. Stuff like that. He's crazy and sick, pulled his asshole, spread it like a fag, and pulled it up over his head. Yeah. No. No. He spread his asshole like a fag because he couldn't think about having sex. He felt so awkward and he felt like shit, so he spread his asshole like a fag and pulled it over his head, the skin of it holding on both hands. He covered his body in his own skin and did like ice a rose. He pulled his skin over his asshole and he danced like ice a rose. Oh, no. He turned into a dead skeleton, stayed alive. There was a black man's soul inside. He stood up really fucking strong, terrified himself, and turned and fell backwards into a casket, and then he was dead. Yeah. That's the story of Axl Rose. He used to do a little, but a little wouldn't do it, so a little got more and more. I don't know what to say, but he acted like a snake. And he tried to dance like a snake. Like he tried to like go, and like I think he tried to go against his. I don't know. He's kind of good. He didn't sin that much. I don't know why he acted like a snake. That was like a little scary. One time I watched him and got like afraid he was like really sinful, and I was like, oh no, I gotta stay. I can't go do famous stuff or something like that. And I think it's just because I've been in Virginia, because in regular towns in the U.S. they think, oh, don't go to that big famous place where they do famous stuff. It could be sinful. It was never sinful when I was there, but I don't know. He spread his asshole like a fire because they couldn't take it anymore, because they couldn't have any type of good feeling with his wife. He said he spread his asshole and pulled his skin. He put it all over his head. And he put and then he started dancing like a snake and eyes are rolled. And then he fell dead into a casket. He woke right up and started running and broke into a wall. Sideways, and it made a shape of his outline in the wall. They couldn't believe it. They stared at it, and the asshole fell on his face, and it was too awkward, and he ran away. Why did he talk about an asshole? It had to be thought of again. Asshole this, asshole that, get it away from me, motherfucker. It doesn't make sense, and it's crazy because he looked at some woman's backside a few days ago. It's the most he can do to think he's with a woman, and then he had to suffer in thinking all these assholes everywhere, and then he Well, I guess I'm gonna go. Smells like farts now. Great. No senor. No senor. Smells like farts because you took a crap. It reminds me of something. Don't say. Don't ever say the Sanchez thing, because it's against the Mexican people. And you're supposed to say nice things if you can, but you already ruined it with all the shit and assholes and wiping the Sanchez on your own mouth right before you try to say something good. And it's ruined because you ain't saying good and dumb shit and assholes everywhere. Like that mean ass guy who liked to kill all the animals. He said it's like a bag of assholes. Bag of assholes, and said it as a joke. And you're like, no, don't kill all those animals and actually hurt their bodies and take their body parts. Is horrific and bad, and why would you do that? It's gross and bad. I don't understand the humor, and it's bad. I don't like it. And that's just how it was. And he said, like a bag of assholes. And that's why I was a vegan. And then now I started talking about all this shit, and I don't like the way it feels. I turn it off. I have to leave. Okay, bye. Praise God. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Bye.